Good afternoon. Welcome to the February 13th meeting, Oklahoma City Planning Commission. I'd like to welcome you here today. We commend you to read the instructions for the conduct of our meeting, which are on the back page of the agenda. If you would like to address us today on any item, we'd ask that you fill out a speaker form, which are on the front desk outside, and then deliver those up here to our personnel up front. We'll take you in order, maybe, depending upon, no, depending on the matter you want to speak to. First off, we'd ask that if you have any comments with respect to a matter, to not duplicate the items that were spoken to by the person in front of you or earlier in the application. Keep your comments directed to the commission, not to the applicant or to the protester. Ask that you maintain a civil tone for the conduct of the meeting. And we'll try to get through this and limit your comments, please, to 3 minutes. We'll try to get a lot of people here today. We'll try to get through the meeting with efficiency, shall we say. So, if you could, silence your cell phones, pagers, or any other pagers. I date myself every time I do that. Electronic devices, and with that, we'll go ahead and get started with approval of the minutes of the January 23rd meeting.
Move approval.
Motion and second to approve the minutes of the January 23rd meeting. I'll be abstaining. I was not present. Oh, sorry, we don't have enough.
Janice?
Janice? You're not voting. Oh, there we go. Okay. All right, those minutes are approved. Thank you. And next, continuance requests.
We have 5 uncontested continuance requests today. Item B32 for SPUD 751, deferred to February 27th. Item 33, which is SPUD 734, deferred to February 27th. Item 34, PUD 1523, deferred to March 13th. Item 35, C6562, deferred to March 27th. And item 36, SPUD 738, has been withdrawn.
Anybody here to speak to us on any of the uncontested continuance requests that, as read?
Move the uncontested continuance. Second.
Motion is second to approve the uncontested continuance request. Cast your votes. And that's approved.
We have 8 new continuance requests for item 9, which is C6566, to defer to March 13th. Item 10, which is PUD 1521, to defer to February 27th. Item 11 for C6557, to defer to February 27th. Item 12 for PC 10363, defer to March 13th. Item 27 for C6493, defer to March 13th. Item 28, SPUD 736, defer to March 27th. Item 29, SP 465, defer to February 27th. And item 30, C6576, defer to February 27th.
Anybody present to speak to us on any of the new requests for continuances that were just read?
Mr. Chairman, I'll move the new request with the comment that number 27 is being continued, and that particular item, when it was before us before, I recommended it for approval because it was a small addition with not very many lots. It's coming back in a plat with 18 plus lots in it. I would encourage the applicant to rethink that before it comes back during this continuance period.
Second. Okay, so a motion to approve the uncontested the new request for continuances as read. Cast your votes, and those items are approved. Any additional new request for continuance. Please, Mr. Work.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kelly Work, and my address is 105 North Hudson, Suite 304, and I am here as representing a group of protestants to item number 8, which is the proposed preliminary plat of Whistle Creek, and we are requesting that that item be continued again for 30 days until the March 13th meeting. The reason for the request is that the item was continued from December because we were awaiting the release of the Chisholm Creek drainage study that was commissioned by the city in 2012. We are advised that the drainage study is near completion. It is not yet available for public review. I spoke with Mr. Agrawal of Public Works on Monday, and he was hoping and expecting that it may be available by the first week of March. This property actually sits between a tributary of Chisholm Creek and Chisholm Creek, which is located to the west. The biggest issue that we have relating to this application relates to the flooding, so we feel that it's important that we have the benefit of the study that was commissioned and that the Planning Commission also have the benefit of that study before consideration is given to additional development in this area. So we would request a 30-day continuance. Mr. Kuhn, Brian Kuhn, represents the applicant, and he and I spoke, and I understand he's not agreeable to the continuance, but I'll let him speak to that.
Brian, you want to speak?
Sure. For the record, Brian Kuhn, representing the applicant. I did talk to Kelly. I've also talked to Adair Agrawal with your staff. We are the engineers that have been commissioned to do that study. We've been working on it for about 2 years. It goes to council sometime in April, potentially. The results of that study will not change any of the facts of this case. I've talked to Adair about what we're going to do. There's some flooding out in that area, and what we've agreed to do is completely stay out of the flood zone. That's always been the case, and we will provide detention if him and I both agree that it's a good thing to have. Sometimes detention is not a good thing. But the results of the study, I mean, I can tell you right now, the problems with Chisholm Creek is not where we are. It's way further south. That basin starts at Wilshire, and this property is on Northwest 164. So that's a big, big basin. There's a lot of structures that are undersized, but that could be years before they ever even get repaired or replaced. The structure on 164th that's on the tributary we're on is a fairly new structure, so it could be years before. So what we're wanting to do is develop our property and not increase the runoff. So I'd like to be heard today, because nothing is going to change once that report comes out. No facts of the case are going to change, and they can look at it whenever they want. I mean, I'm telling you right now, the Chisholm Basin has gone up, the water level, and we're going to deal with that when we do our development. We're not going to increase the runoff off this property. So,
Brian, what has changed between December, when we continued it, waiting for this study, and today?
what has changed?
Yeah, you didn't give us this argument back in December when we can.
Well, because I usually don't argue when they ask for a continuance first time. The study is in stormwater management. Adair has reviewed it. Blaine Sheffield has reviewed it. They're actually meeting today at 3 o'clock on that study.
I guess my question is, we deferred it in order to get the study in hand. We do not have the study in hand. So what has changed? Why shouldn't we defer it again?
Well,
and you say, well, gee, for the engineer, we didn't do it, but you were the engineer back in December, too.
Yeah, and it's been submitted. And it has been submitted, and they're going to talk about it again today. This study is, and probably every engineer could talk to you about this, drainage study for Chisholm Basin is huge. It's probably 10 inches thick. It's a lot of paperwork, and there's a lot of tweaks that Adair wants, some of the stuff that Blaine wants differently. I mean, it's a back and forth process. We're not dragging our feet because of this hearing. I'm just saying the results of the study, you have a staff that's a whole lot smarter than me that are reviewing this study, that will review our construction plans for this subdivision, and we will not increase or hurt the drainage basin. But this study will not tell you anything that will change that fact.
Brian, I appreciate what you're saying, and you're also the engineering firm that's doing the study, but according to Mr. Work, this is going to be available within a few days or a week or so. You're going to finish your work, and it's going to be available to be reviewed, and I think that it's a matter of fairness for the people that while they probably do believe you, but they want to see it in print to see what the study says so that they can react or not react or say, okay. I just think it's a matter of fairness to continue this matter until they have access to the study, and it may well be that, oh, no problem, no harm, no foul. So I really think that it's back in December, the same issues here, like Commissioner Gale said, continue it for a couple of weeks and let them see it.
They can see it whenever they want, but it's not my study, it's Oklahoma City's study. And it's
No, I
been
understand,
in
but
their court.
your firm's commissioned to do it, right?
Do what?
You've been commissioned to
Yes.
do the study.
Yes.
And it's the city's study, and they have a draft, and it's going back and forth. It seems to me that within a few short days, or a week or so, everybody's going to have transparency on this issue, and that's really, I think, what's important for the protesters. It may be much ado about nothing, but at least fairness kind of dictates the same thing that it was December, it's the same thing now, but you're this close.
Okay, so if they don't get, if Adair does not release it by March, are we going to get continued again?
Commissioners, I spoke to Adair earlier regarding this topic, and he said it's, to quote, mid-March earliest. So certainly, by the city's own estimate, Brian's point, and Adair can speak for himself, it's going to be mid-March at least before the study is out. It may be a bit later. So it is an iterative process is the point. And Adair, you can speak to when you would expect.
And I guess one question, if you don't mind, I can't ask him, but if you could ask him, will this study affect what we are doing? I guess ask that question because I don't think it will. So,
Well, if we're getting into the merits, we'll take that on the merits. I'll just put it that way. Adair,
What would you like to know?
when's the study available?
First or second week of March, but again, I would say this, that just because a study is not done doesn't mean that how the new subdivision in the basin is designed will not take in consideration the future development. That's our ordinance requirement. So we'll still take that in consideration and do the design that will not cause further deterioration of the issue downstream. So that's how we look at it. That's how we review those things. So just because study is not done does not mean that we're not taking the effect of this development on the basin downstream, or upstream for that matter sometimes. So how this subdivision is designed is not necessarily going to change whether the study is there or not. We still look at future development. Our ordinance requires us to look at all the upstream development that could have an effect in downstream properties. So that's what we do. And whether study is there or not, we'll still look at the study that's part of the development submitted by Hewitt Zollers and make sure that it doesn't have downstream impact. So, bottom line is that, yes, we want to go ahead and get this study in hand for you to look at, but at the same time, it's not going to change how we review any development in that basin.
But what purpose is the study then? And do the study have an impact on development? I mean, that's what we're trying to get to. Why was the study required? I mean, I know what you said technically, you're supposed to do it in your review, but why is the study being a ball toss now? What's the purpose of it now?
Well, because, we did have some unusual storms, and want to make sure. First thing is the older studies dated, so we're looking at the new study. But what I'm saying is that even though we don't have a full basin study, when we look at any development within the basin, we do our due diligence to make sure that that development does not adversely impact downstream property.
So you're saying this study has no relevance to this case?
I'm not saying that there's no relevance, but it's far long enough. We can use some of the information there to make sure that when it's released, that information, like increase in flow, if there are increase in flow. We have modeled some additional detention pond in the basin that were not part of original study. All those things have been there, and we're close enough to where we have the information, and we can incorporate that for reviewing this current subdivision. So what I'm saying is, again, the study is not irrelevant, but we have enough information where we can incorporate that and do the review that will make sure that it will not have any downstream impacts.
I still think, I would like to have the study in hand and available for everyone to be able to look at it, since it's been a part of this case. So if it's March, then we need to continue till the study is available for the public to be able to see it.
So, is that
I make a motion that we continue until the study is made available for the public if second week in March.
we need to continue it to, we have to continue it to a day.
Second week in March, or the March 13 meeting.
Second meeting in March? Okay. Motion to continue item number 8 to the second meeting in March. Cast your votes. That item 8 is continued to the second meeting in March.
What is that date, Mr. Chairman?
The second meeting in March, 27th.
March 27th.
Oh, it's lighting up under yokel. I'd light up.
I said second meeting, so whatever the date of the second meeting
Okay.
is.
Let's step back just a second. We've continued item 8. Let's go back to the balance of our, do we have any other requests for continuances from the audience? We have 2 individuals, Mr. Najmi. You've requested a continuance on item 26. Who's the applicant on item 26? David? We have 2 separate requests for continuance for item 26. State your name and address, please, sir.
My name is Riz Najmi, 4108 Northwest 143rd Street, Oklahoma City.
And what's the reason for your request for a continuance, not the merits of the action?
Well, only the first and foremost request is we haven't had a lot of time when it first came in till today to review the rezoning that's been asked for behind our houses. We have tried to work a little bit with the developer, but obviously we didn't have enough time to work and to see if that's a good thing or a bad thing for it. It's a single-family zone property. They're wanting to rezone it to revise the PUD to get in a nursing home. That's going to be an O2 development right behind our houses. And we need more time to work within our neighborhood with ourselves and then also with the developer to see if we have some feasible working solutions where we are happy and they're happy too.
Mr. Box, you've heard the request. There's another gentleman who signed up who I'm sure will have a similar argument with respect to that. Would you like to speak to the request for continuance?
I would, Mr. Chairman. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. We object to continuing this. We met with all the neighbors. It's been 2 weeks. It was the 30th of January. Mr. Gales was at this meeting. And continuing this case will not allow us to do anything to resolve any of the issues. The neighborhood would like 2 of the street stubs closed that don't touch our property, so it's wholly irrelevant to the merits of the case. They'd also like to reach out and try to buy some property abutting my client's zoning application, and we would like to as well, but the owner of that property spends half of his year in Paris, and we were told as of today he is out of the country for the foreseeable future. So there won't be anything accomplished if there is a continuance.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Gales. Do you have any comments on this one? Sure. Mr. Munson? Thank you, sir. I appreciate you coming down.
If I could add one more thing, sir, to this.
Sure.
The closing of the streets that we call for is the only reason for it is now that with the rezoning coming in that connects Memorial to our subdivision, making Remington a thoroughway for traffic from Memorial to 150th. Basically, consider MacArthur, consider Portland, and consider this street coming from Memorial to us. That was the only reason why. Had the single family been there, we were not asking for closure of those streets.
Understand. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Gales, you got any comments on this? I suggest we hear it in order, but
Mr. Chairman, I think that's probably the answer, but to throw a little light on the continuance request, they are separate matters. This application does not cover 2 stub streets. You guys know I'm a connectivity guy, but in this particular case, it makes all the sense in the world to kill those 2 stubs. Now, that's a separate action. It hasn't even been filed and brought forward, but I expect it to be forthcoming. With this developing, what makes this unique is this is difficult land to develop, and these people will be putting a bridge in over a creek, which now opens up the access. And this is obviously not an R1 development. It's under R4 convalescent care. So I would think it might be best to let this go forward and address the closings when they're filed.
okay. I don't think we need to vote on that. There wasn't a motion. So, Mr. Munson, Mr. Doddsby, we'd certainly encourage you to stay and express your concerns when we take this case in order, okay? If you're able to. Thank you for coming down.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, on item number 8, I intended to
Abstain?
And I don't know whether I did or not, but I intended to.
It's fair. Okay. I think we voted on all the continuances. All right. Next will be consent docket.
There are 2 items on the consent docket. The first is C-6574, the final plat of Stonebriar Edition, located north of Northwest 192nd Street and east of Western Avenue. The second is C-6568, the final plat of Chisholm Creek Farms, located east of Western and north of Northwest 178th Street.
Any citizens to be heard on the consent docket? Commissioners, action on that?
Move approval of the items on the consent docket.
Second.
Motion is second to approve items 1 and 2 of the consent docket. Cast your votes. Those items are approved. Matters for public hearing.
Okay, the first item up for separate vote is item 3, ABC 801, by Spradlin Kennedy and McPhail for an ABC overlay at 5500 West Memorial Road for the PUD 669 Planned Unit Development.
Mr. Kennedy?
My name's David Kennedy. Address is 1601 Northwest Expressway, Suite 1750. Here on behalf of the owner of the property, who is also going to be the operator of this restaurant. It is a pizza restaurant with a really, really expensive oven that will basically cook up a made-to-order pizza in less than 5 minutes. And, the request is for that 3,500 square feet or so to put that in an ABC2 district.
Commissioners, nobody signed up on this item. Any questions for Mr. Kennedy?
Mr. Chairman, I would note 2 things on this application. One, this is turned into Restaurant Road right there, and this PUD, we passed it, actually had some ABCs built into it. They're just dotting the I, crossing the T, asking for it, so I'd move approval.
Motion is second to approve item number 3. Cast your votes. That is approved. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you.
I vote in Yokel's spot. Oh, sorry. Thank you. I haven't voted no yet. Come on. Thank you, Commissioner Bright.
Item 4, SPUD 748 by Rollins LTD to rezone 4025 North May from PUD 381 to SPUD 748.
Mr. Chairman, Dennis Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Terry Haynes is here with me. And if you'll recall, Commissioner Bright, this was an item that you chose to beat me up on showing SPUD 85 about a month ago. We had so much fun with that, we decided to come back for a second time. What we found was that there was actually 2 small zoning applications that have been filed on this large site. As we have indicated before, this will be a SAMS, and so in order to correct the PUD 381, we have filed a SPUD. We've worked with your staff. The staff recommended initially that we exclude the uses found on page 9. We have now come to an agreement that will exclude 8300.32, and the other uses will be as an accessory use to retail sales and services. The staff report reflects we are in conformance with the plan, and we think a SAMS at this location will be excellent for the neighborhoods, and will do away with the Lynn Hickey sales lot forever.
Just one question, Dennis, on the uses, if I could. Sorry, James.
Yeah.
You want to delete 8300.32 convenience sales,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes.
Are you adding any uses?
No, we're not adding any uses. We're just, the remainder of those uses shown on page 9 will be as accessory uses to general retail sales and services. In other words, they'll just be a parcel of the main use that we have on the site.
Okay, so you want to eliminate alcohol, beverage, and retail sales?
No, 8300.5, .54, 59, 61, and 14 will just be accessory uses to our main use.
Okay.
So you will be able to have outdoor storage and
Right.
play and...
But it'll be accessory.
I got it.
Dennis, why is it that this, why are you doing this piecemeal? And you've got a huge amount of property that shows on the map here, you've got a building and parking lots, et cetera, and we don't have a clue what you're proposing to do other than you now have approval of one little parking lot and a bigger parking lot. Why, I don't support this for the reason that I want to see the PUD on the property just like your neighbors to the south, Lowe's. They came in with a complete landscaping plan, building materials, what they were going to do. Now, some of those trees are dead, but it was extensive, the landscaping plan. What you have in this property, and I go by there all the time, is a huge slab of asphalt without one tree in it. There's no indications of what signage you're going to have, how big of a sign, flashing sign. There's no. So I don't know. I think that there's a method to your madness, but I think that what I'd like to see is a PUD that encompasses the Sam's Club, the whole this whole area that was a car dealership. The Dodge guy, Lynn Hickey Dodge, I think, was there, and to see what that is, because if it's done in the way that the Lowe's organization did theirs, with a big PUD, landscaping was just stunning on the thing, then what you've done is really revitalized. I don't oppose what you're going to do there. I am opposed to not knowing what you're going to do and doing this piecemeal parking thing when you don't have the PUD that encompasses everything. I don't know if it's trickery. I don't know if there's a method to your madness. But what I don't know is I approve this parking lot that has some commercial uses on it when it's just going to be a parking lot, and the whole thing that's drafted here, you've got a whole thing here. This is the whole property.
Yes, sir.
Why isn't that a PUD?
I'm going to give you the same answer I gave the first time we had this discussion, and that is the people that are selling us the property would not allow us to come in and rezone it for an entire PUD. I did the Lowe's, the one you're talking about, and that worked well. If we'd had the opportunity, we probably would have done it here, but the sellers gave us the opportunity to proceed to fix the two areas that we have gone before you on. And if you're a seller, it makes sense if, in fact, a Walmart walked the contract and they had a PUD that only allowed for a Sam's, then they wouldn't have near the rights that they have today. So it's not by our choice, but that's just the way things laid out.
And what rights do you have today? How is that frontage for the building is going to be? What's the zone, the underlying zoning there?
It's I-1.
I-1. And when you buy and close on this, are you going to bring that back to us in a spud or a PUD?
Hadn't planned on it, but
Absolutely not, are you?
No.
You're going
We're gonna build a
develop
building
it
and have
under
a sand.
I-1 standards.
Right.
That's what he's talking about.
well, the standards from a landscaping standpoint, we're not varying any of the standards.
Signage, building materials, ingress, egress, landscaping for parking lots, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
We'll comply with all those.
The Lowe's, your client, did more than what the statute required, more than what the ordinance required on the landscaping. They really, they knocked themselves out to be a good neighbor. And what this, and I do consider this to be trickery.
It's not trickery.
And I'll say this, that it's disingenuous to me to think that the owners of this property, when they have the opportunity to sell it and have a Sam's lease, a Sam's purchaser, whatever the terms are going to be, wouldn't go, do whatever they could to make this happen. And by doing this piecemeal PUD, piecemeal SPUD on a parking lot, in order to go into an entire I-1 unknown, whatever it is, area, and do what you want to do without any input whatsoever, that's why I can't support this, and I won't.
Okay, but let me explain from our standpoint. It's already zoned I-1. Somebody wanted to go do I-1 uses, they could.
But you've got to do something or you wouldn't be here on this parking lot.
The two little PUD and SPUD areas were not consistent with what the Sam's Club wanted to do. So as your staff report reflects, two things. Number one, we are in conformance with your plan because what we're doing is rezoning two small parcels that would be inconsistent with our desire to put a Sam's on the property. So if you want a Sam's on the property, I would think you would be wanting to support the plan and allow us to proceed.
I'd allow you to proceed if you would commit to come into this commission with the plan for the Sam's Club and ask for our approval on building materials, signage, landscaping, et cetera. The plan that you have, you've already drawn it.
That's right.
But signage, what are you going to do? I-1?
Yeah, we'll do I-1 signage. That's what your code allows. That's what's allowed today.
The point is that if you had a PUD that encompassed the entire property, then we would be doing this parking lot, that little parking lot, the big parking lot, and the Sam's Club building. We would be looking at it, and I think it's important that this community knows what it is that you plan to do on this particular property, other than park cars with 10 uses.
If I may, and I certainly don't intend to speak for Mr. Box, but I don't think we're going to get what you suggest. So we have an application in front of us. If there's any other questions or comments from the commission, certainly we should entertain them.
I am a little bit concerned about the fact that this application has been presented to us the way it has, where there are these small PUDs, and I'm not casting any aspersions or, claiming trickery or any of that kind of stuff. But from our point of view, the way we deal with things like this, it is troubling to me to have these two little pieces sort of carved off and dealt with. The I-1 zoning that underlies the big piece of this property is, not what I think would be the best use of this property from a planning standpoint. And so the opportunity to be able to fold it all into one application, which is also part of our policy on things like this when we're dealing with developments, not to do them in little pieces, I think, is particularly applicable here. I'm also concerned now that we're looking at a site plan to see that the gas station portion of this development is going to be at the north end, nearest the residential properties to the north. And when I reviewed the staff report, of course, my staff report says that the following uses are going to be eliminated, and outdoor sales and display and outdoor storage, among others, automotive equipment, cleaning and repairs I'm not sure, even if we are going to look at just the little piece that's here today in front of us, I'm not sure that those uses are appropriate next to I-4, next to R4. I'm not happy with this application as it stands today. So that's my comment.
Well, I mean, the uses that are going to be accessory uses are uses that will be in a Sam's. And you've seen the site plan that is part of your staff report. And we'll have screening, we'll have landscaping, we'll comply with all code requirements in that regard. So, I mean, there's no protest. Everybody we've talked to that has called us has been excited about a Sam's. And so I understand this overall policy, but sometimes you can comply like I did on the south. Sometimes you take the facts that are given and you try to come up with something that'll be better for Oklahoma City. I mean, this has been an empty parking lot for over 20 years. And I think if you went and asked everybody on the east side and west side of May Avenue, were they excited about a Sam's coming to this location? They would. Everybody we've talked to has been. So what we have in front of you is in conformance. This revitalization, you don't always get everything you want, but we've tried to give everything we could, and we'd ask your approval.
And that would be Cash for Gold on the west side and filling stations on the east side and a Mexican restaurant. Those are the happy people, not who the people that Janice is talking about.
No, I'm talking about neighbors that live in Mayfair and neighbors that live in the Monroe District, some of which are my family members. They're all excited.
Let's, Commissioner Gales.
Mr. Chairman, the problem with this application is it's an old car lot that was back in the 40s or 50s zoned industrial. We would never zone it industrial today. We wouldn't zone it industrial for a Sam. I too am excited about Sam coming here. I think it's a wonderful use for this property. But we have seen, and Walmart, I believe, is a good corporate citizen. But underscore the corporate word, they are going to do what the bare minimum they have to do to get something done, as evidenced by the Sam's and the Walmart at Memorial and Penn. Compare that to the Walmart a few miles north in Edmond. Why couldn't we have the one in Oklahoma City look like the one in Edmond? Because they wouldn't do it. Here we have industrial zoning, and it's not before us. That Mr. Box is absolutely right. The zoning of the core site is not before us. But if Sam's really was sincere on coming forward, make it the best they could, maybe they would make these two PUDs contingent on bringing the I-2 zoning into a PUD before any development started. I assume you're not willing to do that.
What was the question?
If we were to pass this today with a contingency that there will be no development on this site or until the core site, the I-1 site, is put into a PUD and brought before us.
I'm not sure legally you could do that, but...
well, then we can deny it today, and we're at an impasse.
I understand. I mean, we can only deal with the facts that you have. If you all want industrial development, you want the core site to say I-1, then I guess you recommend denial. If you want to see redevelopment, you allow us to rezone PUD 381, and...
But you just said it, Dennis. And I just said it before that. Today, we would never zone that I-1. We don't want industrial development there. And my suspicion is no one else does either, because for the last 20 years, they haven't put it there since Lynn Hickey's been gone. We want Sam's there. But in all sincerity, and I'm not saying Sam's would do this, But what kind of a structure can you put up in industrial zoning?
You could put a,
What's the most offensive structure you could think of for industrial zoning? I can build that right there and put Sam's in it. Would Sam's do that? I don't think so.
no.
But why should we be promoting that? That's the question. And why shouldn't Sam's, as a good corporate neighbor, step forward and just basically step to the plate?
Well, I mean, we've already submitted our plans to the staff, so from a practical standpoint, they have stepped up to the plate. There was just two glitches, and one was SPUD 85 and one was PUD 381, and we're trying to fix those. But
If I may, thank you, Dennis. We need to vote on this. I mean, we need to vote. They've got a position. We've staked our ground. They're not, I mean, and frankly, you know, I wouldn't expect them to alter their position. Good corporate citizen or not, I mean, I get it. They're going to build a Sam's. It's going to look like a Sam's. It may not look as good as the Edmund Sam's, but we've got, I mean, due respect, I don't necessarily like this particular plan, but we're not going to get a compromise, so let's vote. Let's get this moving.
I move to deny.
Motion to deny. Is there a second?
Second.
Cast your votes. Motion fails.
Make a motion to approve.
thank you.
Item number 5 is C-6569, final plat of the Legacy, Section 7, located south of Southwest 134th and east of Portland Avenue.
Good afternoon. I'm Kendall Dillon with Craft and Toll, representing the applicant, and this is the last final plat of the Legacy Edition. We're in agreement with all the TEs and would ask for your approval.
Commissioners, nobody signed up on this item. Move approval.
Second.
Motion is second to approve item 5. Cast your votes. Oh, sorry. That item is approved. Thanks, Kendall.
Item number 6, PC 10361, application by Shaz Investment Group to rezone 10624 Southwest 29th from PUD 1179 to the R1ZL zoning district.
Before you start, there were some folks that were signed up for item number 8, and just if you're still here for that, we did continue it, so you don't have to stay unless you're just good citizens. You want to participate in the process. Go ahead, David.
Good afternoon. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. On behalf of the applicant, Jason Spencer is also with me here today. Here we have a PUD that is seeking to take a portion, excuse me, not a PUD, it's a rezoning taking a portion of what is presently zoned duplex and commercial and rezoning it to R1ZL. The R1ZL zoning will be consistent with what you see to the south, and it will decrease what could otherwise be developed now. So we think it's a step in the right direction as far as intensity goes on that corner. We realize traffic is an issue in the area. This is just one corner of the 4, but we hope this down zone is something that will at least maybe push it in the right direction. With that, we would ask for your approval. There are no TEs.
Commissioners, nobody signed up for item 6 either.
I'm going to move for approval.
Second.
Motion is second to approve item 6. Cast your votes. That item is approved.
Item number 7 is C-6558, preliminary plat of Brookstone Villas located south of Southwest 29th and west of Sarah Road.
David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is the plat on the same application you just saw. There are 7 TEs. We are in agreement with all of them. I would note on TE number 4, that letter has already been submitted to staff.
Commissioners, again, nobody signed up on item 7. Is there any questions or comments on this one?
I'll move for approval.
Motion is second to approve item 7. Cast your votes. That item is...
Well,
Item 8 was continued.
Correct?
Item 9 is continued, and actually 9 through 12 are continued. So item 13, for PUD 1514, application by War Farm Land Fund to rezone 16300 South Penn from AA to PUD 1514.
Mr. Box?
Good afternoon. Again, David Box. I won't give you my address. You've already heard it 3 times today. This is an interesting application. This is a PUD for 148.27 acres. This is a PUD application that this commission heard several months ago. There was a vote on it, and it was a 4-4 split. There were only 8 people there that day, and we went on to council, and council has asked that it be sent back for a recommendation. Now, there's only 8 people here today, but we're hopeful that there'll be more on the green lights today than on the red lights. Part of what the commission wasn't able to hear last time is the story that Mr. McCowan is going to be able to tell, that his development will provide his vision for not only this piece of dirt, but the vision for the surrounding pieces of dirt. When you look at this parcel, it looks like it might be way out there in the hinterlands, but what this is an infill site. And before you laugh at this being an infill site, I'd ask you to reserve judgment until Richard shows you what is planned. When you look to the west of us, it says AA. That's a quarter section that is owned by a large single-family developer that develops on the south side of Oklahoma City. So I would submit that, yes, it says AA, but in practical terms, that will not be developed AA. That will be developed single-family. When you look south, it says AA. And Mr. McCowan and a group of investors he is involved with are involved in not only what is directly south of us, but approximately 1,500 acres stretching from the south side of this all the way to Norman. And so when I say it's an infill site, I say because this is where Norman, Moore, and Oklahoma City are growing together. So it looks agricultural, but it's not. So when we look at the merits of this application, what we have is a lot of density to the east of us. And with the availability of sewer and water at our site, this is something that the comp plan and the infrastructure dictate should be something more intense than agricultural. We would submit that single family is that intense use that is appropriate. So when you look at what R1 would allow, it's 6,000 square foot lots. It's the minimum. But what Richard and his group do is not the minimum. They create communities, not single family developments. And part of that is the unique mix of housing product that they have. They have a firm belief that's not based on hope, it's based on what they see in the marketplace, that somebody can move into one of the smaller houses and they don't like the house so much that they want to move, but they love their house and they love the community, so they move up to the next product line. They want to stay in these communities, not just the house that they live in. Here, we try to step down the density as you move from the east, which is a mile of 5,000 square foot lots. The first one we come to is Tract 2. Tract 2 allows an average of 5,500 square foot lots. That's the smallest tract within our PUD. It's just over 35 acres. Tract 1 is over 55 acres. That's going to have an average lot size of 6,900 square feet, so that's in excess of R1 standards. Next is Tract 3, which averages 9,000 square foot lots, which is over 55 acres. So again, that exceeds the standards of R1. I'll let Richard get into the specifics as to why they prefer the PUD rather than a straight R1 zoning application, because if we did a straight R1 zoning application, some of the merits we'd be arguing about would be the same, and staff would also recommend approval. But Richard has designed some houses that become the community that I was discussing, and that's why they want the PUD. Rather than a developer before you seeking a PUD to do less than what the minimum standards do, they exceed it, but there are certain requirements in our code that don't allow this vision to come to fruition. So I'm going to let Richard explain what that vision is.
If I may pull the microphone down here. Richard McCowan, 4409 Cannon Drive in Norman, representing Ideal Homes. I apologize. I wasn't here when this was heard last time. I would never wish to take Oklahoma City, this Planning Commission, for granted. We have been doing some rather extraordinary open space community developments for the last 13 years. I moved down here 13 years ago, and my brother was thumping me on the chest, and he said, I build the most energy-efficient houses in a 7-state region. I'm the greenest developer, or the greenest home builder in the country that builds houses that cost less than $500,000, but the community doesn't perceive us as a green building company, and it's your fault. It's your land development practices. I just got here. I'm like, what are you talking about? How do I fix this? And from there, he sent me all over the country, to Prince George's County, Maryland, to study stormwater management, to remove the pollution and impurities from the Chesapeake Bay, to Seattle, to look at their stormwater rain gardens, and we've come back and worked with the local experts like Dr. Reed Kaufman, PhD of ecology, who helps us design filtration gardens, and we've come up with really dynamic solutions that all actually just stand slightly outside of your standard subdivision zoning practices. Many of your staff members have been to our communities. We're very active in Oklahoma City, but our research projects have been in Norman, mostly because of their proximity to the university and the research and collaboration we do with the School of Architecture, Landscape Architecture, and the College of Engineering. One of our most recent dynamic projects is a $500,000 EPA grant that we're doing, studying the effects of rain gardens in Oklahoma where you have soil that won't percolate. What we've looked at on the coastal systems, the water, it rains 36 inches in Seattle, but it rains a little bit every day. And so they're not flooded with flash flooding, and they have porous limestone, and so the rain gardens can actually infiltrate. And we've had to come up with Oklahoma systems, and we've been experimenting for the past 7 years with Dr. Kaufman. He's now at Kent State University, and we have a standing conference call working on these projects every Thursday morning. I missed it this morning getting prepared for this. We're deeply committed to low-impact development practices. We're deeply committed to meaningful open space, creating large common areas with walking trails that our neighbors go and use. Walking trails are the #1 amenity, followed immediately behind our playgrounds in safe places for kids to go and play. We're not asking the old home builder trick where you say, well, we're putting walking trails in the back, so don't make us put sidewalks in the front. That's absurd. We don't believe in that. We've been advertising, we put sidewalks in even before it was required because we believe in community building. That's who we are. That's how we sell homes. We didn't tell you any of that. When you saw this application, we didn't bring any color pictures. We didn't explain what we're doing with stormwater management, and we sure didn't give you any context with the larger picture of what we're doing here. Kent, if I... We have significant open space that actually connects to the open space in our Featherstone addition. And these have been designed together. As we unroll this rather big, cumbersome map, you'll see we're contemplating how it relates to the land across the street. And we've been in conversation with more public schools about a future elementary school at that intersection, because they need 2 more elementary school sites, and we're working with them on 2 of them, one inside the municipality of Norman. If I may, the quarter section we're looking at today is set here. This is the 320 acres below it. And then we jump in here, and this is Norman. Their house is being built here at present. This is another PUD that I'm working on, mixed use, based on traditional neighborhood design. Very commercially intense. The project we have here today has no commercial. But the vision is people working here can walk down and pick their kids up at the elementary school, walk them back and drop them at daycare. And we're trying. We're working so hard to build meaningful, lasting communities.
So if I could, Richard, just to be clear, your project is above Chris's, right there, right there.
It was printed in Norman, and so this project is set. That's its southern boundary right there.
Okay.
And that's its west boundary right there.
Thank you. Now, and as I go back to the west, if I could, I know you can't, but there's more. The point Mr. Box made is there's more residential development to the west of your tract. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The residential developer owns this 168.
All right, thank you.
And that track also has sewer and water.
Right, okay. All right, now, if you could, Richard, could you get, since we're somewhat pressed for time,
Yes, sir.
if we get to the specifics or the merits of this particular application, that'd be very helpful.
Basically, this property is designed to be able to let everyone have walking access to the open space, to be able to move along these walking trails, have meaningful common areas. Another aspect to it that is really pretty neat is we're asking to be able to allow the front porches of the homes to come in front of the garages. I know this Planning Commission has spent a lot of time trying to reduce the impact of garage fronts on the street scene as you drive down the street. And we lose that if we lose here today and have to go back and do an R1 plat. And I don't want to lose that. I want to build great communities. I want to build places that people love, that become like Edgemere or Crown Heights, or that are great places deep into the future. I want this to be hard to compete with 10 years from now when I'm doing my next new project. We plant lots of trees.
Where are you planting your trees, if I could kind of direct this along your north border, because I think that's going to be an area that's up for discussion. Okay?
Jumping to what we are proposing as a buffer separation to our neighbors to the north.
Right.
This is a pipeline easement, and we have been able to secure the agreement from the pipeline company to plant trees along here on 30-foot spacing. That's a $92,000 expense item. And it's really going to be a fast improvement and make a nice, inviting place for everybody to be able to experience that. And I think we have looked at every other possibility, and we think this is a really great solution to help meet in the middle. We have other neighborhoods where we adjoin large lot communities, and it wasn't easy getting through this process. And today, now that we're built and have walking trails out there, those neighbors are coming and walking on our walking trails, and they're enjoying our amenities, and we welcome them because we know that it's their kids and grandkids who are going to come live with us. They become our natural salespeople. They might not feel that way today, but we feel like we'll do a great job. We have been doing a great job. You can go visit lots of our neighborhoods and see how we build and develop these open spaces and see how they're part of our community building process. And we're deeply committed to it. None of this stuff is cheap to do. And we'll welcome the neighbors and can't wait that when the dust settles that they become part of our community.
Okay. Mr. Box, do you have anything else? We have several people signed up.
I just want to make sure everybody knows, on the tree line to the north, that's in a 50-foot buffer that we have, and rather than having your normal privacy fence, what we require in the PUD, and what they do is they actually build up front a 4-foot split rail fence to allow everybody to see, and they install a gate in each backyard. So rather than somebody tossing grass clippings over that fence because they don't see it, it's open for everybody to see, and it's maintained by the HOA, which is run by a professional organization, not just one of the homeowners there. So we think it really does provide for a unique, nice buffer to the north.
And if I, just briefly, this water filtration or water creek system, for lack of a better way to put it, that you've highlighted in your diagram, your property drains which way, Richard, if I could?
All the water drains this direction. We are downhill from the neighbors.
Okay. All right. All right. Any questions for Mr. Box, or are you guys done?
I'm going to hear the protest first, and then I have some.
Is that fair? Okay. Mr. Foshi, would you come up, please, sir?
A little unusual when being on this side, but
yeah.
I represent, just have the number of homeowners here today who's protesting. Would y'all stand up? And the reason why this has been sent back to you the second time is when notices were sent out on this the first time, Ward 5 area in this part of South Oklahoma City had been involved in a 5-level tornado. So many of the people never received the notices to begin with, or would have had this many protesters here before. We're here because many of the very same people have attended the seminars involving Live Oklahoma City and the goals of incorporating the rural with the urban area. Basically, their homes are the biggest investment they're going to make. The homes that they're bordering are 5-acre lots with $500,000 homes. He's talked recently about another family has a residential there to the west. That's the Odom family. The Odom family has built Rivendell. I never have had to worry about the Odom family when I served on the council for 14 years because their houses had a tendency to buffer and conform with the surrounding houses. Unfortunately, Ideal Homes has not had that history, okay? Ideal Homes put in an addition called Wildflower right next to some other additions. Vinyl siding homes with one-car garages bordering right up against larger homes, brick homes, and that was a pain in my neck as a councilman. And I went through this, and it slipped past me because I never had to question a developer and what a developer is putting in a petition addition. And one of the things that in the Oklahoma City plan, it talks about the amenities or the houses should conform to the surrounding houses and at least be a buffer between it. In this particular addition, we're going to have 38 houses bordering right up against larger additions on 50-foot lots bordering right up against that addition. They talk about the green areas that they're having on that. It's primarily a utility easement, and that's going to be their buffer area. What we've asked is to increase the add some larger lots so it blends in on the 38 on the border there, and that would make it a lot more aesthetically. I mean, we know urban growth, it's going to continue to grow, and it's going to surround us. But with the Odoms, I've talked to the Odoms. He was not happy with what happened at Wildflower. He was not happy with those additions. We were not happy with those additions. And they talk about this 4-foot fence they're going to have separating it, a see-through fence. That in itself can also create problems. There's horses, there's cattle out in that area right now on some of these lots. Some of the people have horses out on that lots. It could become a safety issue. I've got we know that on this particular piece of property, you've got Pennsylvania Avenue. It's a 2-lane road with no curbs, and the traffic alone coming out of this is going to be a nightmare coming down Pennsylvania. It also becomes a safety issue for the children who's getting back and forth, that people's going to be using that road. What I couldn't understand, I went out and looked at this. They've already marked off. We went out there, and a lot of the neighbors called me and said, look, they're here for rezoning, but they've already marked off the lots. I mean, all the lots and everything are already marked off out there. There's no permits to do that. They're already marked off. I asked them about that, and they said it's agricultural. I don't know how having flags up marking your streets and your lot size are agricultural. I mean, they're already there. I think it's presumptuous on their part to already start doing the work before they ever get rezoning in there, and it's already up. What we're asking for is increase the lot size bordering the larger additions of our addition, which is Country Estates and Country Edge Estates. Increase those lot sizes, increase the, instead of using a oil field easement as a buffer zone, put a green belt between us there, and And I understand the developer hadn't been here in 13 years, and I guess, and I don't mean to sound caustic, because you guys hear that a lot when you get here, but I don't have a whole lot of faith in Ideal Homes. I've seen what they've done twice now, and I wasn't happy with Wildflower, and I just don't have a lot of faith in what's going on. They're talking about putting in walking trails. Well, the country edge estates are on 5-acre plots. They have their own walking trails. If they want to walk, they've got their own 5 acres that they can walk around. They don't need their walking trails. They're not going to climb over their 4-foot fence and use their amenities. They've got ponds, cattle, horses that they ride. I don't think they need it. I'm going to introduce right now, because I know time is of the essence, and you guys hear a lot of complaints, but this addition that they're talking about putting in is you wouldn't put these type of houses bordering up against Val Verde if it was on the north side of town. You just wouldn't do it. And you wouldn't increase this side of lots bordering up against $500,000 to $750,000 homes. And I grew up in a house that could touch all 4 walls, okay? I know, I grew up support if Mama threw anything out the dog call for a fair catch. And I know that there's a place, but there also should be a buffer zone between the two so at least filters down and bleeds in. One of the Oklahoma City plans talks about the integrity to make your housing areas attractive to all. And I think this is going to stand out, and it's going to create problems. I also have Bobby Newman here, who is going to talk. He is with, I don't want to mispronounce his name, but I think it's Design 3. Is that the name of your company, Bobby? 3-level design. And he's going to talk about some of the problems involving drainage and some of the problems he sees. But thank you very much for your time, guys.
Very well. He's coming up. I have one quick question.
Go ahead.
I think I followed everything you said except on the 4-foot fence.
It's a see-through fence.
I know, I understand.
Okay.
But that it's a safety hazard with the cattle and the horses.
Well,
how can that?
They're saying that it's going to be used by all the community, but number one, we're not going to be using it.
Well,
number two, we'd rather have a regular-sized fence there, so at least be a buffer zone.
Well, but my point is...
There is horses and cattle out in that area.
The cattle and the horses are fenced off on their side.
They're
so how is this a safety
And if they
issue?
get through their side, they've got a 4-foot fence, they're going to be in their backyards. And I understand there's a second part of this that's coming before you today about extending the lot lines to go over into the easement area, I think. Isn't that coming up? Isn't that your second part today? Okay, maybe I misread it then. I thought it was the next agenda involving the same area.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Bobby Newman. I live at 15404 South Pennsylvania Avenue. I'm also a licensed architect in the state of Oklahoma. What I brought today is a condensed version of a presentation that I gave to Councilman Greenwell. He recommended that I share it with you today because of some of the technical aspects that will help you to understand what is really being proposed here today. When I first found out about this PUD, I secured the documents from the city website and reviewed them. There's a number of boilerplate issues that I looked at that you guys typically look at. A couple of them, Mr. Foshee touched on: the traffic, the 2-lane streets that are unimproved, which are heavily taxed as they are. Neither of those streets is in the current bond issue, and it's my understanding that the future bond issue that will be coming up does not include widening either of those streets. Secondly, sanitary sewer. This subdivision does require a lift station, which will be an ongoing expense to the city in regards both to operation and maintenance. And the last issue, they touched briefly on stormwater earlier. This is actually a photograph of a house that is downstream from the subdivision a few years ago when it flooded. There's a couple of others down there. The reason for this is, as I think they alluded to earlier, the proposed development drains to the southwest corner of the intersection of 164th and Penn. From that point, it drains to the South Canadian River through undeveloped farmland and drainage structures, mainly bar ditches. The fall there is about 1%, which is basically flat. What happens now, currently, is the water stacks up there. I know that their engineers probably addressed the runoff rate and kept it the same. The point is the water that runs off currently doesn't go anywhere. The huge amount of additional water that's going to be created isn't going anywhere either, which is going to make this situation even worse. These are all symptoms of the main reason that we're here, and that's density, and particularly the density in context with the appropriateness of the relationship, the density of what's being proposed as to what is actually there. When we first started this, I took and put together some graphics to try to help understand what's being proposed against what is existing. You'll notice that the large green rectangle, that is representative of the existing 5-acre tracts that immediately border this project on the north. The much smaller red rectangle is a minimum lot size that's proposed and is part of this PUD. You'll notice that there is a significant difference in scale between the two items. The chart below it is also a representative study of not only the proposed use, the existing 5-acre tracts, but also other uses that are in the area. If you look at the extreme left-hand side, that is a 5-acre tract. That's a base unit. As it moves across, that represents the amount of square footage required for a single-family residence. And as we look vertically on our chart, that's a number of times more dense that the items that we'll look at are versus the existing 5-acre tracts to the north that they'll border. There are a few 2.5-acre tracts in the area, so I looked at that. It's basically twice the density of the existing tracts. As we move to the right-hand side, you'll see Tuscany, which is another development in the area that's 1-acre tracts. And as we move to the extreme right-hand side, you'll notice that we have the Oklahoma City R1 minimum standard. If we keep going even further to the right-hand side, to the extreme opposite side from the 5-acre tracts that are existing, we find what's proposed in PUD 1514, which is a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. This developers also went back through administratively in the past and decreased their lot sizes even smaller than what they requested during zoning. I looked for something that was more dense in the area. Quite frankly, I couldn't find anything. I went about 4 or 5 miles to the north and found some 2-level apartments, 2-story apartments. They were about 87 times more dense than the current existing 5-acre tracts. But the reality of the situation is what they're asking for here is 43 times, actually 43 and a half times more dense than the existing properties on the north edge of their development. If you want to try to kind of put this in context, you can go to the next one. I looked at the immediate area around this. I looked at an area that's bordered by I-44 on the west, 134th Street on the north, Moore on the east, Norman on the south. The kind of maroon areas that you see there are existing housing developments. The kind of orangey yellow area is actually the Tuscany developed that I mentioned earlier, 1-acre tracts. The red area is PUD 1514. One of the things that I think it's important to understand about this, all of the green area are existing low-density 5-acre, 2.5-acre residential uses. Those uses have been there, most of them, for decades. They have slowly evolved over decades as organic growth that's appropriate to this area. Now, I mentioned that Newcastle and Norman are the southern border of this. They're really not. The southern border of this is a flood zone that's created by the South Canadian River, which runs right along here. You'll notice where PUD 1514 is. It's pushed up almost to the limits of that floodplain. And one other note that I want to make here is you'll notice that we have houses that exist in that floodplain today. And the reason why is that floodplain has moved and has a potential to move again, potentially, specifically if we add more water to that area. One last thought on this exhibit here is the fact that this is literally as far south as you can get from the core of Oklahoma City. This is the epitome of urban sprawl. There are not streets in place to support it. We're having to make water go uphill. Water does not like to go uphill. It's very difficult to do and expensive to do. You go to the next one. So the thing that's missing here is there's no transition. There's no transitional density. If you go over to the left-hand side, you'll see the apartments I mentioned earlier. You'll also see this high-density development that's proposed. Over there on that side, too, is the urban core. That's more appropriate to things that we get closer to the urban core where there's the facilities and infrastructure to support it. You'll notice the other side, we have the 5-acre tracts, which are much more appropriate to this area. It's a very low-lying area, and you'll note that in between we start to see a transition. That's not happening in this case. There is no transition in density of housing, and the important thing to remember about this is the way those properties are developed and used in these two extreme cases is very different, and there's no transitions from each of the densities. We're putting them hard up against each other, which is going to create points of friction today, tomorrow, and into the future. You'll notice that as we go up in scale, you start to see a transition here. The nice thing about that transition, that also translates into how people use the land, how the land is developed, and having them adjacent to each other as this process steps up is more appropriate because the uses become more compatible because of the scale and how the properties are used. Go to the next one, please. So I went back to the PUD and tried to figure out where this deal went off course. And one of the things that I noticed, as it was brought up earlier, is the land to both the west and the south are zoned AA. That's the green area. Right here's PUD 1514. You'll notice in the statement there is absolutely no mention of AA to the north. There is no mention of the 5-acre tracts, the residential developments, and almost everything north of it for about half a mile is these 5-acre tracts, residential, existing subdivisions and developments. There are uses listed on here I can't even find. There was one that's an office use. I think the closest office I can think of is about 2 miles to the north. And so if you'll go to the next slide, looking at that, basically that's the fundamental data that this whole concept was based upon. So I went back to the original concept statement. I'm going to quote for you here. The tracts are arranged in such a way to be complementary to the existing residential developments. They're clearly not. The existing residential developments are at the extreme end over here. What's being proposed is on the opposite extreme in regards to the way the property is used, the way the property is developed, and the densities. And I submit to you today that if we're allowed to move forward, if this PUD is allowed to move forward, this is what you're going to have. You're going to have these two butted right up against each other. This is going to create conflict today, tomorrow, and into the future. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Newman. It's very well prepared. I appreciate you coming down.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we have several other folks signed up to speak on this. Would encourage post Mr. Newman's very comprehensive presentation. I'll take these in order, sir, so I'll call you when it's time. Okay? I understand. You and about 12 other folks. So, David Todd.
Good afternoon, David Todd, 1021 McLaughlin Drive. I know you don't like things repeated, so I'll be brief. I'm not immediately adjacent to this, but I am about a mile away, and I guess I'm surrounded by the applicant's vision. We couldn't see it because it was facing this way, so I don't know what that vision is, but I guess it's all around us. So I'm also concerned with this proliferation of this high-density housing that is coming out in this area that has traditionally been rural residential where people have lived 10, 20, 30 and more years in acreage type setting. He spoke about design principles are good within their communities, and I think that's great. I wish I could have gotten more of my clients to do that when I was practicing, because I think it's fantastic, but it really doesn't address those of us that are already there. It's all interior, and it appears that we're just being ignored. This case reminds me of a case that I had a few years ago. I don't know if I'm sure you won't recall because you see thousands of these, but it was a rural subdivision out on Southwest 59th. Had R1 zoning right across the street on a section line road, high density right across the street. Our driveways were literally across from each other. My client owned 40 acres. He actually lived on the property, and he wanted to subdivide this. And we had AA 5-acre housing on the side, and then we had AA vacant on another side. And we wanted to do 1-acre tracts on this parcel, and we were denied by this group because we were told it wasn't compatible with the 5-acre tracts that we were adjacent to. So we ended up doing 2.5-acre tracts on that. I'm also concerned, as Mr. Foshee said, about the preliminary grading that was done. The grading is all staked and graded in accordance with the preliminary plat, and when city staff went out there to ask them what was going on, they told them it was for cattle operations. So I'm concerned about that. Thank you.
Mr. Eddie Pelton. Thank you, sir. Patricia Potter? Thank you, ma'am. Jamie Adamson. Okay, we'll move next then to Mr. Cook, Michael Cook. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming down. Stephanie Hansen. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Dykus, Dane Scott Dykus. Thank you, sir. Ms. Shelton, Shelley Shelton. Thank you, ma'am. Deb Ellens. Thank you. Doss Russell. That Bobby, he's good. Bobby Newman, sorry. Mr. Jones, Gary Jones. Is he coming? State your name and address for us, please, sir.
My name's Gary Jones, 15401 South Pennsylvania Avenue.
Thank you.
We live directly north and to the west of this proposed addition. South Penn will not handle the traffic that is proposed here. We already have too much. I thought when the city widened Western to 4 lanes, it would take the traffic off of our road. It has increased because of all the stoplights the city put up. We have 10 times more cars coming in now. These people, I see these additions all over. And the way they talk, it sounds like they're proposing a Disneyland in South Oklahoma City. I'll assure you that's not the case. I saved for 30 years approximately to build one of these houses on the 5-acre tracts that I own. It was a 14-year project to design and build. And to have this sort of home come into our area is not acceptable to me. Like I said, they're sided. They have single-car garage. All this has been stated. You have a front door and a window and a garage door on these houses. And I'm totally against having this type of home, especially this many, built so close to my property. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Larry Liston. Thank you. Don Lee. Thank you, sir. Erica Barnhart. Loretta Fields. Thank you, ma'am. James Fields. State your name and address, please, sir.
I'm James Fields, and my address is 15425 South Pennsylvania. I lived there for approximately 35 years now total, and I know all these people in this area. And I don't want to take a bunch of your time. I just want to further solidify what Mr. Newman has expressed to this group, is that back when Merle Medley and Paul Brum were alive, I had the opportunity to work with them as just a participant in what was a South Oklahoma City study. And it was a proposal on how it was to develop in the future. And the reason for this study was to give some kind of guidelines so that people would know exactly where they could buy, what would happen, what was zoned AA, what was R1, etc. So a lot of these people have built their homes based on the fact that the agricultural areas marked AA, that immediately to the left and to the right and to the north of this immediate development was previously defined as to be AA for what all the good intentions meant forever, or at least for the foreseeable future. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate your consideration. I think that this particular issue needs to be studied. That study is in writing, and it is in the city, and I think it needs to be considered in your consideration so that this development can be looked at in all practicality so that it makes a smooth transition if that's what your decision is. Thank you.
Did Ms. Adamson come back in? All right, well, we'll keep it. Commissioners, any comments or questions?
I have one question for the applicant.
Okay.
There was mention by one of the protesters of a lift station. Staff report says we're served by water and sewer, and I understand that sewer with a lift station is sewer, but expand on the lift station a little bit for me, if you would, please.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. There's a small portion in this corner.
A low corner. The guy got it. Okay.
And it's part of a larger regional lift station, and then it ties back into the existing utilities.
Is that an existing lift station or one you're putting in?
It's one that's being put in now by various landowners out here who are partnering on it.
Okay, you're just participating in it?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you.
In line with the lift station, when you're putting in, is that lift station going to go to another lift station? Because in the report, it talks about an existing lift station and a new lift station.
My civil engineer is best positioned to answer that. I believe that's...
No, it doesn't go to another lift station. We're pretty close to the city lift station here to the south and west, and it'll be going into that.
And the city will be responsible for maintaining this lift station that's being put in?
And what's it all going to serve? It's going to serve your corner. What else is it going to serve, Richard?
It serves... it's almost another 1,000 acres of... No, that's not right.
Can't be right.
It's closer to 700 acres of additional part of Oklahoma City that is in the area.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner? Ms. Adamson?
Sorry.
Thank you, ma'am. Wanted to give you the opportunity. Jane?
Yes, I have a question for Richard. It was mentioned about the type of dwelling units that would be developed on this property. Are we going with the vinyl, with the one-car garage, and this type of traditional house?
Thank you. Let me address a handful of those issues. We're done with that. I apologize. The Wildflower Edition happened before I got here 13 years ago. And the last of the vinyl siding housing that Ideal Homes is ever going to build is being finished in Wildflower, and there won't be any more. And there won't be any vinyl siding in this edition. It's in the planned unit development that requires that these are all brick homes on all four sides. And that's an important aspect. We have three different product types here.
Okay.
The large houses that are here on the south end, their price range averages from $285 all the way up to $440,000. They're expensive houses. The houses that are here on these 60-foot lots, they're an average 2,200 square foot size. They are averaging between $195,000 to $250,000. And then we have a small group here that are actually larger than the density that's in the Featherstone addition, and they average about 1,700 square feet, and they're running about $170,000 average sales price. And we have a couple of very large, wide lots that are right out here on the north boundary, and those lots fetch a premium and usually end up with the largest houses built on them. That's typically how it all comes together.
By any chance, did you bring any sample pictures of those houses?
I apologize. I didn't think to do that, Commissioner.
I have a question on one of the protests. I think it was Mr. Foshi that said about the condition of the road Pennsylvania and 164th Street, two-lane blacktop on both of them, right?
That's correct.
But the staff report, and I'd like to hear from perhaps traffic, you know, there isn't an indication in the staff report about any issue about traffic or, you know, turn-ins, turn-outs, signalization, et cetera. And so when I was looking at this application, fresh, after meeting with you and Mr. Box, I never focused on the condition of the streets. But the staff report doesn't say anything about, you know, we've got a traffic issue. So I kind of pushed that aside. But then on one of the presentations that neither of those streets are included in the 2007 bond issue. Are they included in any bond issue that you know of? That anybody, I mean, any street improvements at South Penn or 164th?
I'm not aware of that. Although I don't think traffic necessarily highlighted either A, the need requirement with respect to a study for this particular area, I mean, from the staff report, or that there were any concerns about the traffic in that.
Then let me go a bit further.
From their standpoint.
That with respect to how this development has been designed, this is just kind of what the Plan OKC committee is being doing, and I've invited Richard to the meeting tomorrow because I looked at this, the way that this circulates and the way that it's conceived, and I thought it was brilliant. I mean, it's the way subdivisions should be constructed, whether or not all the development to the north, or particularly to the west and to the south, is going to be developed into residential neighborhoods. With the map that you had, the big one, there's stuff going on. You know, whether or not it's there, and there is sewer and water. I didn't know about the lift station. You know, that's a cost to the city of maintaining the lift station, et cetera. And as I've said, my concern about continuing expansion out, you know, we can't sustain it. We never have been able to sustain it when you were on the council, yet we continue to go out farther and farther and farther. This may be one of those where it's gone out this far, and whether or not it goes farther than that, I don't know, because you've got Newcastle in there, Norman there, Moore there, but you have developments to the east already and developments to the southeast already. And again, you know, the condition of the street is concerning, and I give credence to the adjacent neighbors, although the 50-foot wide easement with trees planted and I mean, these guys with horses and cows, they have to have fences. They, you know what I mean? And so, there is a buffer, but, you know, the compatibility with the size of lots, et cetera, there's big lots, little lots, and small lots, and I am somewhat conflicted. I'd like to have other comments from the commissioners about this particular application. You know, I'm not convinced about voting, I said voted last time, which was no. You know, I think that's what I did. I like what you're doing. I think this development is good, but the compatibility factor, you know, after 30, 40 years, things do change. They do change, and maybe this is okay. I don't, you know, I'm just interested to hear other comments.
Well, I'll give you another comment. I agree with your comments. I think the layout is great. A nice addition, nice flow, all of those things. I've expressed concern all along about the north border being bordered and how that could be bordered better. Mr. Toshi says, well, make them larger lots. Well, I don't think you can, practically speaking, make them large enough that they're going to be equal to what's to the north. I do like the landscaping on the north. I think that's a nice feature. I agree with you, Bob. Trend-wise, yeah, the trend is going that way. I believe Mr. Toshi mentioned that talked to Mr. Odom, who bought the place to the west. Well, I've seen them develop for many years. Can't believe they're going to leave their land to AA. So the trend is this way. Will it fill in between Moore and Norman and Newcastle? Sure. Over time, it will. The handwriting's on the wall. Does that mean the people that have acreages are going to have to give them up? No, but there is going to be more density there. So my only concern is the buffering to the north enough?
I've got a question along that line as well. What kind of line is that on the north? What kind of, is it an oil line easement? Yes, and you've got permission from them to plant on that? What happens if there's an oil leak, or they need to go in and service that line? What happens to the buffer?
It's a great question. Because it's 50 feet wide, we will definitely leave them plenty of room to get in, access their line without having to remove any trees. We'll plant the trees far enough away that they can get in with equipment as needed. We've been working very closely with this oil company over the past 12, 13 years now, and have a good practical working relationship with them. They have the entire section unitized, and they're in our Featherstone edition, and we will make sure that they can't destroy it. And
well, I've got a little bit of experience with oil line easements on a piece of property that I personally own, and sometimes they will come back and fix it like it was, sometimes they won't. And, you know, I mean, you can sometimes make them, but sometimes there's problems with them trying to rectify what they've torn up. So.
You'll like this. The agreement is we fix it, and because we've been doing this kind of development for quite some time now, we've really developed some experience and expertise in getting our homeowner associations well-funded to be able to have continuous ongoing landscape improvements, tree planting programs, and they'll have enough reserve funds to be able to put things back in proper repair that do get damaged over time. We will not leave this property owners association where it won't have the resources to be properly ran, and that's an important piece of doing this. And of course, our HOA dues are significantly higher than many of the communities we compete with, but our residents and customers understand why, and they understand what they're getting in terms of community assets. So we're forecasting those inevitabilities.
Is that an oil line or a gas line?
It's actually part of a gathering system that these different well sites.
Is it gas?
I believe it may have both things come
Because
through.
there is some requirement, if it's an oil line, keep those easements clean so that they can visually see them from the air.
Mr. Foshee, one last comment.
The only thing I take umbrage with a little bit, when I talk about the 4-foot fence, being an attorney, there is an attractive nuisance. We're going to have cattle, we're going to have horses out there. They're going to have these kids out here playing on this, with the only thing separating my fences or the horses and the cattle and everything is a 4-foot fence, okay? So these kids can get over there. There becomes a safety issue with the kids because they're going to be attracted. I've got grandkids, and they're going to be gathering around those horses or getting as close to them as possible. The other thing is that there's no more vinyl houses being built in that area. Featherstone's still building vinyl houses there. They're still being built today, and they're still being sold today, okay? Because I just drove through the addition, and they are for sale in Featherstone with vinyl houses. And Wildfire, got them mixed up. Wildfire, excuse me. Wildfire is still building them. They're still right close to them tonight. It is a density issue. I've talked to Mr. Odom. I'm not saying there's not going to be residential. But Mr. Odom, if you look at any of his additions, they conform to the other additions. And there's a gradual downsizing from larger to smaller. And no, there isn't a bond issue on Western. This street is patched. It is in bad shape right now. Before you ever decide on this, I'd encourage you to drive down that street because you will be shaken. I mean, you're going to be surprised how bad that street is. He's right. They've widened Western. They put stoplights on Western, so all the traffic now comes up Penn in order to avoid the stoplights because they can drive 70 miles an hour down Penn. And Western, they can't. So, I mean, it's a density issue, guys, and it should be a gradual downsizing. And I've asked them to do that, and they said financially they can't do it. So, I mean, you got to make a decision, but, you know, I think as governing bodies, the largest investment our homeowners make is their homes. And on the council for 14 years, I protected the homeowners because they were there first, they made the investments, and I think they need to be protected in this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Foshee. Commissioners, I think it's time that we...
Hey, Michael, I do have one question. The traffic issue is one that, because I have driven through this area, and the roads, you know, are somewhat of an issue. What would be the reason that the traffic study wasn't required here, or that there was no, that we didn't talk about traffic here? And I don't know what the answer to that is.
JJ?
JJ, do you know, or?
They requested a request for waiver of the traffic impact study under the traffic impact analysis, and they were granted that because it met the criteria.
Okay. There's the answer.
I do have one comment to make. You know, I was struck by the comment that was made early on that really this is an infill development. And I think, you know, if you look at these areas, which we do over and over and over again, where there are established large lot developments, these acreage developments, and that are, you know, out on the fringe, and we worry about sprawl, and we worry about paying for the cost of services and so forth. Very often they are in situations where, you know, we're sort of at the edge of that creep. Here, if you look at, you know, maps of the area, the larger area, it's very clear that there is development all around this. So if you look at the lot, this piece of property literally as an infill project, you know, I don't think that it is reasonable to expect that anybody is going to come in and develop this piece of property as 5-acre lots. I mean, the economics have just overtaken it. And I think, you know, in terms of protecting, I mean, you guys have known me long enough to know that I'm very much an advocate of neighborhoods. But in terms of protecting the existing property values and existing landowners in the area, this project looks pretty good to me. And if we're ready for a motion, I'll make one for approval.
Motion for approval. Do I get a second? All right, motion and a second to approve item 13. Cast your votes. That's approved. Thank you. Thank you all for coming down. Yeah, we'll get just a second. Just wait just a sec for him to...
All right, item 14. This is the associated preliminary plat of Native Plains east of Penn and north of Southwest 164th.
Mr. Box?
David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. We have the plat. There are a series of TEs, as there are on every preliminary plat. The only two I need to, we are in agreement with all, except I need to address 3 and 4. 3 states that we are requesting a variance to 5.8.1.g of the subregs on creation of reserve strips. Mr. Anderson can address that, but we will be providing stub outs that when and if the north developed, or if they wanted to connect to sewer, they could. So we will provide stub outs to where the northern folks could connect to sewer. But Chris would be happy to address it, but I guess a strict reading of it requires a variance. On number 4, it says a variance discussing interconnection between quarter sections. Spoke with staff today. We obviously connect to the quarter section to the east of us. So what this is in reference to is providing stubs up to the north, which we obviously don't want to do. I'm guessing everybody that was here doesn't want that either, so we would like the variance there. We would just be providing a stub to a backyard that wouldn't make any sense. But all the other ones other than 3 and 4 we're in agreement with.
Okay. Commissioners, nobody has signed up for item 14.
Move the variance to E3.
Motion is second to approve the variance of TE number 3. Cast your votes. That variance is approved.
Move the variance to E4.
Second.
Motion is second to approve the variance of TE4. That variance is approved.
Finally, move the application.
Second.
Motion is second to approve item 14. Cast your votes, and that is approved. Thank you.
Item number 15 is SPUD 747 by Redbud Inc. to rezone 100 Northwest 22nd from HP to SPUD 747.
Mr. Box?
Good afternoon. I'll spare you my address again. I also have with me Miss Christy Murrow, who is the owner of Mariposa Medical Spa. I recognize this is a strange application before this commission, one you don't see often, and it's one that we didn't take lightly. What we're seeking to do is rezone 2 lots that are currently zoned to HP to SPUD 747. When we set out to do this, we met with Ms. Moreau and we explained the difficulties in what she was trying to do, but she is currently located just south on Broadway in a strip center that she's paying rent. What she's seeking to do is to build and own the building. She wants to be in this area because she respects the history of it. She respects the area. She tried to come up with a building that was compatible with the area, provided some stability for the area, and provided a buffer to the west. What you see is the site plan and the design that Ms. Moreau has come up with. Now, what is shown in your staff reports with 2 buildings on the sites, those buildings are gone. They've been demolished, and it's now a vacant site except for one small secondary structure that's on the south end. But the 2 buildings that are shown within the red box are gone. It's been vacant for quite some time. We had one neighbor tell us at the neighborhood meeting that this site, since it's become vacant, has become a urinal for the homeless and a place where homeless engage in sexual activity. We believe that this SPUD, and what we've done is limit it to the use that she would like to do. It's a medical spa, so it's a neighborhood-oriented type of service. She's already there. Is provide a buffer, provide stability on this site to the neighbors. We've cut off any access to Broadway, or excuse me, to 22nd Street. And as you know, all those streets, as you go down Broadway, are designed such that you can't make a turn west into the neighborhood. We've gone a step further and just cut off any access onto 22nd Street. We only have one point of access onto Broadway. The reason that we're here today is because the houses are gone, and a house won't be built. And the reason is, one of the things I just handed out is what's immediately across the street. It is a piece of property that is zoned straight C4. Nobody's going to go build a new house across from something zoned straight C4. You can have some uses that are incompatible with residential. I would submit the uses that are there are incompatible. You have check cashing places, pawn shops, credit jewelry. You're not going to build a house consistent with HP based on the money you have to spend next to that kind of use. So what the neighborhood and this commission has is an opportunity to provide some stability. We've got significant buffering to the west. We do have 3 letters that were submitted today of property owners in the area that are encouraged by this, that want this approved, because the condition I described earlier is a troubling condition if you live there. This would not be that. This would provide that buffer. The other thing I handed out is the zoning map. And what you see on the zoning map is Broadway is not a straight line for HP. You have straight C4, straight C3, straight C4, straight C4, straight C4. Then on the other side, you've got a series of industrial C4 and or C3 uses. So the zoning application that we're here on is consistent with how Broadway has developed. But this is the only one that has a SPUD that would be single use, that would allow for the design elements to ensure compatibility. We told staff we were more than fine with keeping the HL designation. We were told unequivocally that there is no way they would ever recommend approval based on our site design. With that, my client had no choice but to move forward with the SPUD that's now before you. But we still, to ensure compatibility, we limited the uses. We required to have brick. When we met with the neighbors, my client said, I'm open to suggestions on the building if you want to tell me what you think you might like better. And we were told, it's not your building. We don't want the use. It needs to be historic homes. Well, it won't be a historic home because it would have to be built brand new.
I have a question for staff. Staff report recommends denial. The comprehensive plan comment talks about the removal of the HP district limits the ability to ensure consistency of construction materials and architectural style. I understand that. So is the recommendation for denial based on the use, or is it based on what this says, that the ability to ensure consistency with construction materials and architectural style?
From reading the staff report on, I was not there at the HP Commission to hear this discussion. There might be somebody that was here involved with that, but...
I'm sorry, ma'am. If you could, if you've signed up, we'll let you speak then. Please, if you would, respect the meeting and keep your comments to the appropriate time. Thank you.
The HL overlay allows new construction. That new construction is subject to different construction styles so that you can ensure compatibility with the construction style for new development.
But this makes it appear that the reason for the denial recommendation is that we don't have control of the construction materials and architectural style. And it doesn't address the appropriateness or the inappropriateness of the use. If that is the case, then, and this being an SPUD, why can't staff work with the applicant to get those architectural standards and building materials in there and allow this to go forward? I guess that's my question. We've got a blind recommendation for denial, but what it appears, the reason for the denial doesn't make sense to me. If the staff has an objection to the use, that's a different issue.
And I will state we are open to whatever design. It's the use that we want,
Well,
but...
David, let me get my question answered before you argue.
Initially, this application came in with the commercial base and the HP together. It was in both. They removed the HP zoning. And at that point, and staff was pretty comfortable with that. If we kept it under the purview of the Historic Preservation Commission, we were fairly comfortable. But once they took that away and just were going with a straight commercial application.
Well, okay. Now, again, I come back to, is it the use or is it the architectural materials?
I think it's more in keeping it under the purview of the HP Commission than the use.
Well, and the HP Commission, is the HP Commission the one that said a house or nothing?
Yes, it's the use, and we were more than willing to keep the H designation on there, but I didn't want my client to end up in district court. Every time she had to do something, we were told it's the use. And so with that, that is what forced our hand here. The design of it, she'd let them design it, I think. But she needs the use, and we were told under very uncertain terms, yes, the use will never happen, it needs to be a house. The design she is completely open to, has been from day one.
You've answered my question. I'm clear.
Commissioners, are there any other questions of Mr. Fox or the applicant? We have several people signed up, and we'll start with Shannon Rundell.
Shannon Rundle, 431 Northwest 20th. And I am working with, I think I'm the defunct chair of the 9 HP neighborhood organization that has been filed. We call it the HP Alliance. Georgie Rasco at Neighborhood Alliance helped us get it formed. We've met once a month for the last year to really address the common issues that are threatening all of the HP districts. We had a meeting. It was the consensus of every neighborhood, and I do know John Joyce wrote a letter about this, that all the HP neighborhoods firmly believe we can't allow commercial on the properties that have previously been zoned HP residential. That's why these HP districts were formed in 1969, because of commercial encroachment. So that being said, I think that certainly the HP neighborhoods that border this property and all in our inner city are against changing residential to commercial. We now have a new thing going on, and I'm very proud of this, because the people in the inner city, most of us moved there when nobody else would move there, and we've worked really hard on our neighborhood schools. We have a wonderful neighborhood school, Wilson. It was the only A grade on the state test in Oklahoma City. We have also Classen SAS is very close to us, probably less than a mile. And between those two schools, we did a count yesterday, we have 207 children potentially walking to either our elementary school or the high school. And when they say it can't be developed residential, I don't believe that. The houses are selling before they come on the market in the areas where there could be smaller houses that are affordable for people having children at the schools. And that's all I'll say. I think Debbie Blackburn will probably have a lot more to say, but anyway.
Thank you, ma'am. Sherry Pemberton, would you come up, please? Would you please state your name and address?
Sherry Pemberton. I live at 110 Northwest 22nd Street, which is just to the west of the proposed site. The plans that they've put together encroach on my property. They talk about a retaining wall that they will use. That's my property, and my property extends 10 feet to the east of that. I'm a descendant of the Winans, who donated the park to the city. The Winans donated that area with the intent of he had vision too. Mr. Box talks about vision a lot. The Winans' vision was to keep this a historic area, and he wanted it to be that forever. There were provisions put on to keep it that way. If it's going to be a city park, we need to do these things. And this oversteps all of those provisions. Thank you.
Ma'am, If you could I ask you a couple of questions? Sure. You live just west of the property?
I do.
And the property now is, it's unused, right?
What property?
It's the subject property?
Their property or my property?
No, their property.
Their property. The city had to demolish the 2 properties that were there because the owner, not because it's its nature to draw the homeless, but because the owner won't maintain his properties.
Now, when did that happen? Do you recall?
Just a couple of years ago, I believe.
And has anything happened with that tract in the interim? Any development, or are you aware of anything?
I tried to get people to look at it. People wanted to put apartments on it and businesses on it, and to keep it, we wanted to keep it historic, and so they have to abide by the rules.
So no one has come forth to try to build a new house on it?
Well, they don't check with me, so.
That you know of.
You've tried, or you were...
Well, I did, right when they were ready to tear the places down, I did, but not since.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Morrow. Oh, I'm sorry, you're the applicant. Thank you. I'll hold that. Ms. Moimer? I'm sorry, I can't read your... I apologize. Jerry.
Jerry Monnier, 119 Northwest 21st.
Apologies.
And I live just on the other side of the property in question. And I was actually quite excited about the development of this part. I've been in the neighborhood for 7 years. And that area along Broadway really is a deteriorating area. I actually walk up and down Broadway, and, you know, you can tell that there's been some homeless people and so on. That property in question is empty. And to get the visual of that property, you're looking at Broadway and not at the residential part, like on our street where we have the little craftsman homes and so on and so forth. And I don't think anyone would ever build on that corner because it does face Broadway. Straight on the other side is the pawn shop. Right across the street is the fire station. So, you know, there would be nothing to look at, basically, if you built on that property. So I was pretty excited because of the revitalization along 23rd, and, you know, I've owned a business in the area and so on. I was really excited about having this property, and I really like that because of the way Broadway looks. And as we're coming down from the south, or coming north from the south, I like the revitalization, and I think Broadway can be a great business area. And I think that a med spa attracts people to the area that may not have even thought of this area as someplace to go for something like that, because it has kind of an uptown feel for a med spa, you know, kind of like a spa-type feel. So I want to respect the history of the area, but I also want to be part of the revitalization of the area. So I understand if you don't have a historical property, there's nothing to preserve on a property, in my understanding. So that's all I wanted to say, is I want to support this business. Thank you.
Excuse me. Yeah. So you're talking in support of the development?
I am in support of the development because the property is vacant, and I don't see anyone, they can't build a historical home on a vacant property.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Blackburn, would you like to come up?
Thank you. My name is Debbie Blackburn. I am here on behalf of the Neighborhood Association. The president himself is a department head at UCO. He can't be here today because he's overseeing a intrastate conference at UCO. I'm a past president. This lady who just spoke hasn't been fighting for 35 years to try to keep this area intact.
When we moved in, these areas that are now zoned, there's only one that's zoned commercial, there's one that's zoned O1, but the houses on the north end of the neighborhood on Broadway are houses. 7 houses between 22nd Street and 19th. They are not businesses. They never went to businesses. The city in the 60s anticipated that that whole area would go commercial, so they arbitrarily just rezoned a lot of that property on Broadway, farther south, and at the Credit Jewelry, anticipating that the whole block was going to go up to Robinson commercial. It did not happen. It did not happen. And all those properties, the reason this woman was probably interested in buying a property in the 100 block on 21st Street is because we became an HP and we fought long and hard. I've got a lot of sweat equity. I own several properties on 22nd Street. And those houses are selling for a premium price. I had to work to convince my husband that we needed to continue to work. We have several properties with the idea that we would bring that whole block up, sell them to homeowners. We just sold one, and that house sold for more per square foot than a house that I bought in Putnam Heights that was architect designed, had Italian slate roofing and copper guttering. People are buying lots. Caleb McCaleb has come down from Edmond. He's now in our neighborhood. They are making offers of $100,000 for the empty lots. We don't have very many, but the empty lots in our neighborhood. One just sold for $50,000. It's having a house developed on it, which a city planner is buying. The idea that that lot is not viable for residential is absolutely false. In fact, we had a developer tell these people in a meeting we had that she could see it being developed as residential, and I could see it being developed as residential. It has not been vacant very long. It was a demolition by neglect. Before the houses were even torn down, a for sale sign offering commercial properties was put on that residential lot with the idea that this is the way it was going to go. There is more at stake here than just this lot. This would be a precedent-setting first time to take an HP neighborhood, which has saved us, and turn it into a higher up zone. The one thing that has saved this neighborhood so far is HP. The neighbor here who said she had property just to the west brought in an article and was showing me. I had forgotten about it. It was printed in the January 2013 real estate section of the Daily Oklahoman, and our neighborhood president was quoted in that. It was talking about the traffic around those neighborhoods and how we had resolved the traffic problems before the Centennial Expressway was built. And he said, I think that HP made more difference to the neighborhood than traffic planning. It's a signal from the city that this neighborhood is not going to be allowed to disappear. We're going to preserve it. I promise you that if you decided to do something that is unprecedented, like allowing this is not historic. This looks like it belongs in the medical area outside of Mercy Hospital outside Val Verde. It is not, we were told that we should be happy that they were deigning to build something on that lot. I guarantee you something appropriate will be built on that lot if you allow it to be and not force this down our throat. The person who is asking for this change in application doesn't even own the lot. She's not going to purchase it unless the zoning is changed. We try to interest her in all the stuff that's going on Uptown. There's all those empty buildings on 23rd Street. There's a need for retail. Why do you want to do this and let the dominoes fall? It'll be right up to Heritage Hills' door on Robinson if this is allowed. This is not some simple change. And the woman who just got up here, this is the neighborhood association strongly is opposed to this. They went out and dug up somebody who doesn't know the history, doesn't know the sweat equity we've put into these properties, doesn't know the efforts we've made since it's very easy for these attorneys, these land use attorneys, to come up here and say, just change it, we'll come back and we'll show you glorious pictures. As planning commissioners later on, as planning commissioners, I don't know, you're tougher than I am. I would get tired of hearing that all the time. It shows that there are no protests. I can tell you there were protest letters. We didn't anticipate, since the lady who's asking for this application to be made, she had indicated to me, if you're opposed to it, we're not going to go ahead with it. Well, here we are. And we didn't know that we were going to be on the agenda again today, but I can tell you, if we need to muster the 9 HPs that have been meeting, this affects them, all of them. Crown Heights, Putnam Heights, they're all surrounded by commercial. And if you let the dominoes start to fall, you're going to have a really, really ugly inner city. I would urge you to please vote no.
Thank you. Commissioners, Mr. Box, do you have anything?
No, I would
Oh, I know, I'm sorry. I've got you. I apologize. Ms. Ellard, excuse me. I set that to my left, and would you please come up? Sorry about that.
Certainly. Thank you, Chairman. I'm Marva Ellard, 1521 North Chartel, and I was the real estate developer that Mrs. Blackburn was referring to. I believe with my whole being that those lots would be redeveloped as residential. The current owner, who you all probably know who the current owner is, has no interest in selling those lots as residential because I've tried to contact him about that. And he's the one that allowed the houses to fall. I think he wanted that to become commercial, and it seems unjust for him to benefit from his neglect. I don't blame that on this applicant. I did want to share with you the fact that when we met with them, I noticed that there's a tenant in their current building. And I said, well, why don't you use the space where your tenant is and enlarge your facility here? And she said, well, we don't really want to ask the tenant to move, and we don't want to be inconvenienced by construction. But it's fine for an HP neighborhood to be invaded by a commercial element when those are viable residential lots. And I would ask you to think that, yes, I think, as Shannon said and Debbie said, Caleb McCaleb is coming down buying lots. There are lots of people that want to build in HP neighborhoods because the supply of vacant land is at a premium. A residential lot in Mesta Park on 16th Street just sold for over $100,000. And so these are not throwaway lots. You know, we've made mistakes. We've put commercial where commercial didn't belong in the 60s and 70s. But I think we know better now, and we need to protect these neighborhoods. And so I ask you to please give that your full consideration.
Ms. Ellard, I have just one question. As I move down Broadway to the south, and the subject property is on, I believe, 22nd. 22nd, excuse me. And then as we move down, do any of the properties that move down till we get to, I guess it's, as I travel down the street till I get to 16th, right? Isn't 16th the street that actually goes where you can, it's a more accessible turn right, is that right? And from there, moving southward, it's pretty much straight commercial down Broadway, as I recall.
It is.
Using Mr. Box's map, but I'm just also my view of that. My recollection, I want to be sure I'm correct, the streets 21st, 20th, and then 18th, looks like 18th has some commercial that faces onto Broadway.
There are 7 houses, as I recall, Debbie, right?
There are 7 houses from 19th Street to 22nd, fronting Broadway.
That was my question.
There's a small office building that was...
And Chaff's office building is
Yes.
down there at about 18th, give or take, right?
But everything in the northern part of the neighborhood along Broadway, except for the Credit Jewelry and that little
Right.
restaurant association, are houses.
I understand that. But they face Broadway.
They do.
Okay, that's my question.
Some of them face Broadway, and some of them face Broadway, and some of them are facing the street, but there are a lot of them that face Broadway.
Thank you. That was my question. All right, thank you, Ms. Ellard.
Margaret, I had one question for you. I'm not clear. Did you attempt to actually purchase this property and the guy said he wouldn't sell it to you for residential, or because you weren't doing commercial development?
I've never gotten him to return a phone call.
Okay, thank you.
I can't imagine that there's much left, but...
I was just going to answer Mr. Gale's question.
Well, I don't know that he
My
directed
question was
me.
to Margaret. She made this statement that the guy refused to sell it because he wanted it commercial, and I was trying...
The sale sign was commercial on a residential property.
Yeah, and it's just one point. We don't agree with a lot of what was said, except for what's wrong with this piece for future development and why people aren't buying it for residential is because not only is it bordered by Broadway, but it's the first block off of 235, and people are flying down that before you get thrown into that oval to slow you down. You're the first block off of 235 when people are going 65 miles an hour. That's why this isn't appropriate for residential.
Thank you, Mr. Bach. Commissioners, any comments or discussion?
I have
Bob?
some comments. Ms. Blackburn's point about what happened to Broadway, what happened to Heritage Hills in the 60s and 70s. It also happened on Northwest 13th Street, Northwest 14th Street. Massive mansions were destroyed, and then the city decided, for some odd reason, to rezone things commercial in the areas you're talking about to the south on, 16th, 17th, 18th, just because we're just going to go do it, and then zoned this little spot right here, C4. A massive amount of commercial zoning. That was a mistake, and it was a huge mistake because all through this inner city neighborhood, I moved to between 23rd and 36th, right off of Dewey and Walker in 1968. That was my neighborhood. So I know full well from 1968 what was occurring in Heritage Hills and Mesta Park, and it was this close to failure. It was just skating on such thin ice. But thanks to a lot of, quote, urban pioneers that took time and attention, one of whom was our chairman, Mr. Yokel, who was extremely active involved in redeveloping a traffic pattern in Heritage Hills, and he worked, tirelessly to try to make this thing work. Your comment also about Domino's is that, okay, we've rezoned this C3, well, then the next one, I'm going to do that. You did that, well, you're right across from the fire station. Well, so what? We like firemen, and sometimes you have fire trucks going in and out, but we like them. They play volleyball in that backyard, right there. It's a garden is what they have. So I really am totally opposed to the exclusion of the HP designation and the rezoning of this as C3. If it can be developed as a residential, as a house, resident, fine. Maybe a duplex with historical designation, subject to HPs, whatever it is. But a medical facility with a parking lot, zone C3, and that creates the zoning from that time forward, is inappropriate, and I do not support it and would move to deny it.
Comments just before we move on to that. Janice, please.
I do have some comments to make. I feel as strongly about this as I have felt about anything that we have looked at since I came to this commission. I'm adamantly opposed to this application. These areas have been protected with the sweat equity and the just hard work and financial backing of the people who we used to refer to as urban pioneers, who were willing to move into these areas and to keep them from falling into neglect and to disrepair. And they not only did that, and they not only held that line, but they turned them around, and they have, fought those good fights over the years. And I really feel so very strongly that we cannot allow people to allow their properties to fall into disrepair and to achieve by those means what they would not be able to achieve otherwise. This is just there are areas throughout Ward 2, Ward 6, Ward 7, where residential areas bump up against commercial areas. We talk about it now, the new urbanism, like it's a wonderful thing, but in the past it has been disastrous for these neighborhoods. We have established lines where we say, this is commercial, this is residential. Here we've also said, this is HP, and we have got to hold those lines. Otherwise, every single one of them will be constantly subject to erosion by commercial redevelopment. And yes, revitalization is a wonderful thing. That doesn't mean more and more and more of it is a better thing. I'm adamantly opposed to this, and I second the motion to deny.
Any other comments? All right, got a motion and a second to deny item number 15. Cast your votes.
Thank you.
Item 16 is C-6519, preliminary plat of Les Chateaux, north of Southeast 44th Street and east of Henny Road.
Mark, are you here? Do you have this, David?
Yes.
Okay. From 17 to 18. Kathy Jose.
Yeah. All right. Sorry. It's happened to all be in order, so I've been standing before you for a long time. This is an application for a plat that was before this commission last time, and there was a continuance granted, and we're back again. And in that time, we've done some research, and there's a few points I'd like to make. I'll start with the technical evaluation issue. And the technical evaluation that's at issue requires us, or purports to require us to get a variance. And what your staff report says is the developer is requesting a variance to Section 5.10.2.c of the subdivision regulations, which states that 2 separate points of access shall be provided to each subdivision. Now, we understand that, but the problem is the rest of the story was left out of your staff report. The rest of the subreg reads, except where the site configuration justifies a single entry. Well, I would submit to this commission that the site configuration, that being a long, skinny site, justifies one single entry. We don't think it applies based on the full reading of the subdivision regulation. I will defer to legal staff if they want to weigh in on it, but I legally don't think it applies, and it has the except, but we at least wish it would have been placed in there. Taking that for what it is. If it is required, we found 13 or 14 plats just in this ward that are RA developments with a single point of entry that TE did not show up on. So we would submit to you, we just want to be treated like all the other developers have in this ward. and not have the secondary point of access. With that said, I do have a touch of good news. We are in agreement with the rest of the technical evaluations.
Well, thank you for that. Did I understand, I thought that there was some consideration regarding some access to the north. Is that right? Am I wrong?
We would be willing to do a crash gate.
Right.
Not
Correct.
paved, but
Right, understood.
Yeah, we'd be willing to do that, but this is going to be a gated community.
Right.
And so since it's a private gated community, we can't have a stub.
No, I understand that. I'm talking about a crash gate or some
Yeah,
other
we'd be willing to
alternative
do that.
access for fire or safety.
An unpaved, crash gate.
Yeah. And that would be down here close to, I guess, this other stub.
Oaklar.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I think that's rational, given this layout.
We would be willing to do that, but that still doesn't meet.
I understand.
Right.
I'm not saying that we don't need to consider the variance, but I think that ought to be added. If assuming we agree to that, that we ought to add that as an alternative.
I'd like to hear from the protester.
I believe there is one signed up, yes. Mr. Mendoza, would you like to come up, please, sir?
Sir, my name is Robert Mendoza. I live at 3801 South Henny Road. That's the property directly across Henny from the entrance and exit for this proposed property. I'm sure the commission is tired of seeing me as much as I'm tired of being here. But unfortunately for the applicant, this is a new year and I'm accruing new vacation time. It's no secret that I protest, and we have a petition on file with 20 signatures that also protest this development, mostly because of the density. There are no utilities to support that type of density, and we at least requested that that density be reduced to 2.5 acres. And I'm currently representing everyone on that petition because they are not able to be here to represent themselves. And as far as they've also attached a request for variance for a single entry and exit point. I understand the importance of a crash gate, and maybe that will work, but long after the applicant and Mr. Box have made their money, there could be another, because the area is susceptible to wildfires. And if there's a 50-mile-an-hour with 70-mile gust winds, that fire will increase its speed pretty quickly. And I don't believe that that entrance is going to be able to support that amount of people trying to egress that area. So I respectfully recommend that the commission deny the application and the variance.
Thank you. You recognize that the city council approved the rezoning of this property to this 1 acre tract size. That was not necessarily this commission's recommendation, but the city council's approval. So that ship kind of sailed without us.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I understand.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a couple of things. This thing fits everything that our ordinances and so on require. They are going to sprinkle the homes. They are going, according to their attorney, allow a access with a crash gate. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I do agree, Mr. Mendoza, that Henny is not the best road. That was one of the main reasons the last time that this commission denied that.
Right.
Since then, they've decided to make this a private street with a gate at the entrance. which will slow down traffic a little bit to some degree if they don't leave it open all the time. And I think we need to reconsider our RA zoning. I think, I think we're getting too dense. We've got too many water wells in the ground. I think that's one thing that we really need to take a strong look at. Even though I live in this area on a 1-acre tract with a well and septic tank, okay? But still, with the fires that we've had in that area, we've got a lot of vegetation. It doesn't take Oklahoma winds very long to move along those wildfires, and we don't have water out in that area. But all those considered, and one of my main concerns is the people that this property belongs to owns the property all the way down to 44th Street. What I'm concerned with is that we're going to see a couple of more of these developments go south, and I don't think this is a good design. That was one of the reasons why I was against it last time. But all those things considered, I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Adding the crash, emergency access for fire, and the...
Does that need to be in a TE?
East end. We need to add that. I think we should add that as a TE condition, right?
Yes. Well, we need a variance
Right.
also.
That's correct. Did anybody else have any comments?
No, I was just going to suggest that we do the variance first.
Right. You're right. Okay, so Jimmy, you want to move the variance to TE2?
I don't think that variance will apply with that trash gate. I mean, the crash gate.
Yeah, I don't think...
We just need to eliminate it.
No, I don't think the crash gate qualifies as an access point under the subdivision
And I
regs.
do have a question on the variance. I'm willing to grant the variance, don't get me wrong. But is the variance required, or is a second entrance required for 30 lots or for more than 30 lots?
It's for more than 30
I thought
lots.
it was more than 30.
JJ, you want to speak to that?
Rural subdivisions, 2 entries are required regardless.
Oh, for the rural. That's
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would go ahead and approve the variance. I don't believe that the emergency crash gate would satisfy the...
Right. So we need to do the variance, then we'll do the application adding the TE for the emergency gate.
Right.
Okay.
I'll second his motion.
So the motion to approve the variance to TE2.
I also agree with what Commissioner Allen said. I was opposed to this. I'm really still opposed to the zoning, but the zoning has been approved by powers higher than ours.
That's right.
And the plat is okay, and we have a plat before us.
Okay. So we got a motion and a second to approve the variance to TE2. Cast your votes. That's approved. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, that's approved. And a motion from Commissioner Allen to approve the application with adding the additional condition for the crash gate that hooks up to the cul-de-sac to the north, I believe is how we described that.
We did. I thought that's what we just did.
That was the variance. Cast your votes. And that is same answer. Approved.
Item 17.
Yeah. Perhaps we should take a break for 10 minutes. We'll start up at 4:20. Okay? Into session. Item 17, I believe, is where we left off.
Item 17, PUD 1525, application by A&T Development to rezone 12120 Southwest 44th from AA to PUD 1525.
Mr. Box.
David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is an application for a single-family development over 44th and Check Hall Road. This has some similarities to a case we've talked about before, where when you look at the zoning map that you have on your screen now, you see that our site is currently zoned AA, and you see that the site next to us is zoned AA as well. If you look at item number 18, it has a larger scale of the area that surrounds it, and what you'll see is when you go further to the east, it's all straight R1, and although right east of us is zoned AA now, it's owned by the school system, and they are actively trying to sell it to a developer because there's sewer and there's water. We met with the neighbors several weeks ago, and we came away with the meeting believing that there is one individual that is in protest, but several of them were excited about it because, one, we're bringing water to the folks south of us. They have an acreage development that's on well water, and some of those wells produce as little as 1 gallon a minute, which is just awful. This will allow their community to tie on and bring water. So when we left that meeting, we spent a lot of time looking at what's appropriate, what kind of density is appropriate. This is not what you normally see with maxed out density. These lots are larger lots. They're up to 9,000 square feet. So we think the density is appropriate. We do have a significant common area through the middle of it. And we think it's one that makes sense. It's conformous with the plan. And although it's on Check Hall, I think if you're familiar with the area, Check Hall isn't far out there. If you live in that area, Check Hall it's a major thoroughfare. There's a lot of activity and development going on out that way, and this development is compatible with that. That's why your staff has recommended approval of it, because this is what the comp plan calls for. We think that these developers, they've had other developments in this area, Sellers Ridge, which is a very nice development. It's one that I think the neighbors did like when they heard that these were the same guys that did Sellers Ridge. So I think it's one that'll be appropriate for the area, one that is definitely in conformance with the plan, and we would ask for your approval.
Commissioners, we do have someone signed up to speak to this. Before they come up, do you have any questions of Mr. Box or the applicant? Ms. C., Kathy Jo C., would you come up, please, ma'am? Thank you. Hi. Would you state your name and your address, please?
Kathy Jo C. I live at 4400 South Check Hall Road. I live directly across the street from the project. Yeah, they took the little thing down there. So, right across the street. I do want to address a couple of things that Mr. Box had just stated and show you. I'm here, and I'm not just representing myself, but I'm here to represent, I have a petition that was signed by approximately almost 50 different residents. Now, this is an area that if you look at the aerial, you're talking 10-acre, 5-acre tracts, and just due south where it's called Fawn Trails are 1-acre tract homes. You don't get a lot of signatures when you've got a lot of 10-acre and 5-acre and 1-acre homes. So we did the best that we could with the surrounding homeowners. Okay. As far as the wells go, my husband has owned this property just due north for over 30 years. We have 2 wells. I get 22 gallons a minute. We don't have a problem. I've also sent off a sample to OSU, which you can do for $10, and come back, and our well water is great. We have a great supply of it. We do not have an issue. I will tell you that water was a plus just because of the fact that we have an issue with our fire station and the response time as well as our police, that fire hydrants would be a great thing. I would say that much. And the water, possibly eventually if the wells run dry, which I don't know if there's been a study, if Oklahoma City has done a study on the capacity of the water in that area. But what I really want to address, why I am strongly opposed to this density, and I do want to let you know, I'm not opposed to development. I just want it to be responsible development in this area. I know that we just heard another rezoning about the agricultural, but just to give you some insight, I did file a petition opposed. that Czech Hall is not a thoroughfare with a lot of commercial built on it. You have nothing but 5-acre tracts that run from 44th all the way up to 29th and even further. The nearest commercial is on Highway 152, and 15th Street does have Canadian Valley Votech, as well as a gas station, and then even further up is Reno. Within a certain radius, a mile or two to even 3, you're talking that most of these homes are 5-acre tracts, 10-acre tracts. Right to the direct west is owned by the Mitchell's Farm. Mitchell's Farms also owns another farm in that area, and it is a historical farm. They've owned this farm for 29 years, and they farm it. It's 160 acres. Everybody on that thoroughfare, including ourselves, have farmed, and about, I would say 70% of the residential homeowners have cattle, have sheep. They farm their properties. When I look at the sector plan that you all adopted and the urban development, it says, quote, unquote, well-planned area with development that conforms to the plan and where adjoining areas of development are compatible. That's not compatible, not even closely compatible. It also says quality neighbors. It says quality residential development that protects housing values and promotes pride in ownership. Now, my house is 7,200 square feet. It's directly right across. This does not even remotely compatible to this type of development. The values in this house range anywhere from $300,000 to $500,000. The proposed development, he is a really good developer. They build really nice homes, I will say that. As a commercial developer, I've seen the product that they do. It is dense, it is nice, but the values are not there. They do not. You have a responsibility to the current homeowners in this area to protect the values. This is where we put our hard-earned dollars, we build our homes, we raise our children. The other thing that I want to direct you to is the traffic situation on Czech Hall Road. That road, number one, it does have some issues, just like Sarah Road and just like a majority of them out in that area. Right now, currently, as far as ACOG and the studies that they've done, you're looking at approximately 3,200 cars on that road. I am aware, as of last week, my husband had noticed there was a gentleman in the driveway, the neighbors to the due east of us. He had pulled over and stopped to make sure the guy, that he was okay. And he said, no, I'm here, sitting here, taking a traffic count for the city of Oklahoma City. I want to note for the record, that was Wednesday and Thursday, and our schools were closed because we had snow and ice. That is inaccurate, and I don't think that those traffic counts should reflect anything on this decision today that you guys pulled up. When it comes to development and density, a lot of the things that you guys have approved have been along Mustang Road. Mustang Road, Highway 4, if you look at the ODOT plan, was projected to put, I want to say, capacity was 20,000 cars to 2020. Right now, at Mustang Road and 44th, you're at 19,736 cars. There is not a traffic light there. Just 2 miles north of that, you're at 22,000. You're over the capacity of the ODOT on Highway 4. About 3 weeks ago, after I filed this petition, after this, you have a newspaper clipping that a Mustang school bus was involved in an accident on Mustang Road and 44th Street. Traffic is a huge issue. If I want to get out on Mustang Road right now off of 44th, I have to either go 1 mile south or 1 mile north where there is a controlled traffic signal to be able to get out on that road. What I'd like to see the Planning Commission, the City Council do is to start being proactive and not reactive in these areas. Not just with the traffic and the roads, but it's also, like I said, the fire department is on 15th and Mustang Road. Their response time is 18 minutes. The nearest police station is on 9,000 South Santa Fe. It is 24 minutes and 18.9 miles from this area. We have been promised a police station for over the past 7 years. We have not gotten one that is any closer. And I will tell you, the 2 times the police have had to come and respond to my home personally, it has taken them over 38 minutes to respond. In my opinion, that is unacceptable. That is too long to respond to that time. And you are wanting to put 255 lots out here. Yes, I'm aware it's in phases, but that is 500 cars and that's 10,000 vehicles per day on these roads that are not equipped, and you don't have a traffic light. Unless these developers and the cities plan to put a traffic signal on Mustang Road and 44th, then I could see you doing this. The other big concern that I have is our school system, and Mr. Irwin is very aware of this because his wife is a counselor at Mustang Trails. I have 6 children. The 2 younger ones, I pay, yes, ma'am. I pay for a private education because our schools are overrun. I really think that it would be an injustice to the students of Mustang for you guys to continue to allow this density right now. Mustang schools are just now trying to catch up. We did have a bond issue that just passed yesterday, but it's still going to take 3 years to get another elementary. We have 28 to 30 students per classroom in our elementaries. And just doing the math of what you're proposing here, you're talking another 600 students. At the end of last year's school of 2012 and 2013, Mustang Public Schools had 9,200 students in them. They are now well over 10,000 students in 1 year time. 1 year time. It's insane, the growth. But Mustang Road can handle the density, can handle the traffic, but you're talking about pulling out on 44th Street, a 2-lane, where you have nothing but 5-acre homes that run completely all the way down. You have, and like the farm over here, that's where the farm is. The 1-acre tracts are just due south right there of those homes at Fawn Trails. I would really like to see, like I said, it to be a responsible development, and we're not opposed to it. Address the traffic, the public safety, and the kids and the students. Again, the other issue that was brought up at the neighborhood meeting, and it was a really nice meeting, was the fact of the feasibility. I've looked at this piece of property with other developers and opposing to do larger tracts and larger homes. And it was well water, septic at one time. However, the comments were made at the meeting that to do 1-acre tracts is not financially feasible. It's not. For what he's purchasing it for and what the city is requiring of these developers, you're requiring a 16-inch water line, and it's going to run up a mile long. I get that. I understand why you have to have the density to make it financially feasible for him to do this. But like every developer, you just wait for the water to come up. I don't think that this thing should be approved because it's only financially feasible to do density lots. That's not the previous homeowner's fault because the city's requiring a 16-inch water line. Again, I'm strongly opposed to this. I do want to thank you for your time. Does anyone have any questions for me? Does anybody want to see the...
Commissioners, any question from Ms. C? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Nobody else has signed up. David, do you and Kendall have anything else you'd like to talk to us about?
Sure, just a couple quick points to a few things you mentioned specifically in regards to responsible development. But if you look at this site, first and foremost, obviously, it's in the urban growth area identified by the plan, and there's a few reasons I believe that to be designated that way, one of them being groundwater. But we are in urban growth. Also, if you'll notice, immediately to the east, we're within a quarter mile of 320 acres of straight R1 zoning, not to mention the other developments in and around that area. I think if you look at the fact of, from a responsible standpoint of development, that there currently is no fire protection in this area. In fact, there was a house, I think, at Southwest 59th Cemetery that burned just a few weeks ago. No hydrants around. That's something that I think that we are bringing. I think that's a responsible thing to do. I think if you look at that, I've got the log reports from the Water Resources Board, and granted, sometimes the accuracy is a little bit fuzzy, but if you look at that, there's about 20 wells showing up in this section. On the average is 7.2 GPM. And if you look at that, really there's 3 wells in that section that bring it up, but there's several, 4, 1, 2, 1, 2, 4, 3. So there's several. So the bottom line is there's a reason that the comp plan says this is urban growth. It's because there's no groundwater. So I think if you look at it from the standpoint of what are we going to do with it now, and also considering the fact that it's urban growth, the sewer's within a quarter of a mile, so already we have to extend it by the subdivision regulations. We are bringing the water 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Southwest 44th and Mustang to get it to the site so that we can develop in accordance with the plan, which also is a benefit to that community as far as fire protection, and then also some of these wells that are struggling, we'll eventually get to their corner so that if they want to extend, they have a right to do that. So I think when you look at it from that standpoint, in regards to the traffic, granted, we were given a waiver for the traffic study. However, what we did was we knew there were some complaints and concerns, so we went ahead, hired Tim Johnson. He did a traffic study, and it shows that the level of service continues to operate at level of service A even after our development. In regards to school being out, she's right. We tried taking some traffic counts while school are out there, but unfortunately we realized school was out, so we went back. We regained those traffic counts the same way we would on every development, so that the numbers are right. And so we ran those studies, and again, it operates at level of service A. So I think if you look at all of those things, that I think we're more than being responsible. I think obviously this is a plan, and again, not only are we here just because it's urban growth and asking for straight R1 zoning, but what we have before you is a PUD. We've brought the architectural standard with it. We've brought, and if you'll notice, we've put in the PUD that a minimum of 8,000 square foot lots, a maximum density of 3.3. So I think if you look at all those things in consideration of our application, I think it's an incredibly responsible application. I think it's extremely consistent and in conformance with everything that's out there. And I think in the end, it provides even needed necessities for that area. So I think that's our response to the fact that it's, in essence, we've said that we're not being responsible in regards to our development plan. But I think this makes good sense, and that's the reason we asked for your approval.
Just one question with respect to the school issue.
Sure.
The property, you mentioned something about there was property that Mustang Schools owned but had for sale.
It's my understanding, in fact, it came out in the paper.
Is that right?
They tried to auction it. I do know it was in the paper. I think Commissioner Irwin's familiar with that. But again, like I say, they own the property immediately to the east of us. It's my understanding, at least what was published in the paper, they at one point tried to auction that off. I think they were going to keep a few acres to continue the potential of building a school and then auction it off to whoever wanted to do something else with the rest of it, which most likely would be some sort of development. But also, you know, obviously in regards to the schools, school bond passed on Tuesday. Obviously we, just like everybody else in the school district, will pay ad valorem taxes. But not only that, if you look at the fact, not that this justifies every ill that the schools have, but what we are doing is probably adding $300,000, $350,000 worth of value to a piece of property that the school owns by extending sewer and water. So, you know, I think there's a lot of benefits to this particular development. So again, like I say, we feel like that it's a great application and ask for your approval.
Okay. Commissioners, questions? Ms. C?
I can answer the question about the school. It is still currently zoned, It is still currently zoned agricultural. Yes, they did try to put on auction for development. Nobody touched it. They did wanted to reserve 20 acres, but it is still zoned agricultural. They have in the bond issue, you know, the one that just passed, if they choose to do another elementary, then they would pay for the water and sewer to come up to it. But as it stands right now, it is zoned AA, and again, they put it up for auction and nobody touched it.
Thank you.
Let me address it real quick. There were multiple bids on it. They didn't accept a bid, but multiple developers came forward and did place a bid on it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I did meet, when they had their meeting, I participated in the meeting, and I'm very familiar with this area, obviously. I live out there. And I've spoken to a lot of people that live around this proposed development here, including Kathy Jo, and listened to, I've heard, you know, people that were opposed, that are opposed to it. I've heard people that actually support it. I've heard, and I've heard various reasons why. Yes, Mustang is just like every other area around the city, Deer Creek, Piedmont, and all the surrounding towns and school districts struggle, their schools are struggling because to keep up with the growth. So that's a common issue, and Mustang has had as much a challenge with that as anybody has, I think. So, and we're building schools every time you turn around. There's a new school being built to keep up with it. In terms of infrastructure, this area is urban, is designated urban growth. This is right on the edge of that, I believe, if I recall. It is, and as you can see, we've recently approved that on the corner of Mustang Road and 44th is the R1 zoned, and it's with commercial on the corner there, and then across the street and south of that, there's R1 zoning there as well. So I struggle with the concept of, you know, infringing upon AA as much as anybody else does. I can look out I live in a neighborhood, I can look out my back door and see a pasture, okay? So I live in the same type area as compared to this. I've struggled with it too, but, you know, one thing, you know, when you mentioned being proactive instead of being reactive, and unfortunately the city's system for developing infrastructure is reactive. That's the way it works, unfortunately. To get water, to get streets, to get fire, to get police, you have to have growth. You have to have development. That's the way it works. And typically, development pays for most of that. You know, the streets and the water and the sewer and all that. So the water that we see in a lot of these areas out here is because we've had development. We've had growth. That's where it came from. That's why I have water. Okay? So, and I'm not on a well. We have areas where property owners have wells that perform well, like Kathy Jo mentioned, hers is fine. We have areas where people are having real issues with their well water. And I'm talking about this close in. I mean, right south of here, there's a neighborhood that she mentioned that has 1-acre lots, very nice houses. They're on well water, and some of them are having real issues with water. And that's unfortunate. So I've tried to weigh all of those things as I consider developments like this in our area. And I struggle with all the same issues that she does. Unfortunately, you know, we've got to decide one way or the other. And there are benefits. This would be a nice development. These guys do a good job. They have another neighborhood they've built out in our area. The houses are nice. It's similar to this one. It's obviously going to be more dense than what some of the things that are around here. But they do a good job. It's quality construction, and it's a pretty neighborhood. I'm not concerned about the type of development that they want to put in and of itself. I do think that there are some of the benefits we're getting from this is that we're going to extend water, we're going to extend sewer. You know, she mentioned the farm across the street, Mr. Mitchell. His family's owned that land for 100 years, I think. And I was surprised that he's in favor of this. He wants this because he likes the water and the sewer coming up close to his property. I was very shocked about that. So, like I said, I've had people in support, and I've had people that, you know, were in opposition. So, you know, with that being said, I do believe that that I'm going to support this because I believe that it's a quality development. This area is developing. It's going to continue to develop, and there are some other benefits that we're getting in terms of infrastructure that come with this development out here. It's going to bring water. It's going to make water and sewer more accessible to some people that live in this area that right now can't get it and that have issues. And it is, you know, while it may not be compatible, you know, to some of the things around it, it is compatible to some of the things that are going to be built around it. And our Southwest Sector Plan does designate this as urban growth. So with that in mind, I'm going to recommend approval for this.
Agree with the conditions, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Make a comment. I appreciate and really somewhat agree with everything you said, but here's what you're saying. On the one hand and on the other hand, and because of compatibility with the surrounding, this is different than the one we approved earlier in the meeting, in my opinion, because you have it surrounded by AA everywhere. The infrastructure issue is, unfortunately, you're exactly correct, it's reactive. I mean, if a policeman takes 35 minutes to get to her house, well then, the reason for that is, we had this meeting, some time ago, that the police said, we have 625 square miles to cover, and we can't cover everything, so just get ready. But then, there's a police station possibly, there's a fire station possibly. My tax dollars pay for that. Is it sustainable? This is the issue that's coming up before the new Oklahoma City plan, sustainability, and I think that when I weigh the scales of justice, I would come on the side of negative on this, and that would just be kind of how you would weigh it. Quality development, sewer, water, et cetera, but it's just like, let's kind of take a deep breath, and why this is designated urban development, who knows? It was a decision made 20 years ago that urban development covered 625, whatever. So I would be on that other side. That's just my opinion about it.
Well, I believe that it's designated urban development some 20-odd years ago because that was the pattern which the city was developing. And, no one likes to address it. We're doing the best we can with the Oklahoma City schools, but it's the Mustang school. It's that simple. People are flocking to the Mustang school, just like Edmond, Deer Creek, Moore, Piedmont. So are you going to deny those people the right to live where they want to live? Because it has
the issue would be sustainability, and the issue would be my tax dollars are paying for all of that.
It is an issue that we have limited resources, and we have to allocate those resources.
And we've ducked the issue for years and years and years.
But the point is,
I agree with, I understand what you're saying, but Bob, you need to remember my tax dollars support your infrastructure too, okay? I know you live downtown, or we're, in the downtown area, and it goes both ways, okay? And there are a lot of people that are developing out here. We need infrastructure. We need the services that we expect as Oklahoma City citizens, so it does go both ways.
Okay, let's vote on this application. I had a motion, and I had a second, and I had agreed with all the TEs. Let's vote. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And item 18 is C6561, which is the preliminary plat of Mustang Ridge located at 44th Street and Check Hall Road.
He was on 18 rather than...
Somebody gave me the wrong information when I signed in earlier.
I'm sorry.
Did you call it already? Okay.
Yeah.
This is the plat.
Thank you.
This is the plat for the development that was just approved. There are a few TEs that we agree with, and we would ask for your approval.
Okay, we do have somebody signed up for item 18.
I believe he just left.
That who just left? Oh, well, could have spoken on 18.
wish to speak on the previous one.
Oh, sorry, I was unaware. Okay.
So no one else signed up?
Nobody's signed up. I'll call Mr. Palavic. Okay. All right.
All right, I'll move for approval.
Second.
Motion is second to approve item 18. Cast your votes. That's
Thank you.
approved.
Item 19 is PC 10362 to rezone 809 North Tulsa Avenue from R1 and RMH2 zoning districts and I1 zoning districts, 3 zoning districts, to the I2 zoning district.
Blair Nafee, 605 North Tulsa Avenue. I'm not Mr. Box. I hate to break the string. I have read the staff report. Luana retired, and so one thing did not make the staff report. I had suggested, I know that Mr. Bright and Mr. Gales, we spoke last time about what could be done and on 8th Street to try to do something. And I spoke with Richard McCubbin of Traffic. My concern of anything you build, a legitimate truck who wants to make a left-hand turn to go down 8th Street, not come to my plant. Right now, as they make that left-hand turn, they swing wide, run into my storage lot, run into its grass, run into the grass of the trailer park. I bet you they run into their lawn as well. I'm not going to say they don't. If you narrow it, it's guaranteed their back wheels are going to go through their yard every time. My suggestion to help is to make it illegal to have a truck turn right going north on Tulsa Avenue. The only people that would affect is my trucks. It would not affect anybody else along 8th Street. And you would be making it, fine the drivers. Make it a ticket. Don't let them turn right onto 8th Street. Make them, force them to go north and leave the area on Tulsa and make the light. If you bottleneck it, you have 200 residents who live on south of 8th Street. I think they have a right to turn down 8th Street. I think legitimate car traffic has a right to go down 8th Street. I agree, trucks. I know that the commission doesn't believe me. We fire people for driving down 8th Street. I can't control a common carrier, but I can request you all put a sign up that says, do not turn right, no trucks, this is a fine. I invite police department to come and sit and write tickets all day in the area.
Aren't there already signs on 8th saying no trucks, no through trucks?
They are on 8th Street saying no through trucks, but as we've heard from the city earlier, nobody's going down 8th Street to be a through truck. They're going down 8th Street because they're making legitimate stops along 8th Street.
Well, but they're not making legitimate stops down 8th Street if they're coming to your facility or those other facilities on Tulsa.
I agree with you. I can't prevent people from coming in 8th Street. I can't stop that. But what I can do is stop them leaving my facility, going down 8th Street.
How can you stop them?
I can't, because as it has been said, that they're speeding and there's people running stop signs on 8th Street, and it's a traffic problem. And I request, I would love Oklahoma City Police Department to enforce the traffic laws that are there.
I thought, in connection with this application, as you know, that I went down there for 5 minutes, and there were 3 semis from your place going east. It wasn't any traffic along the south side of 8th Street that are those businesses. The major businesses you described are way east on 8th Street. These are your trucks.
Well, sir, when you say they're my... Sir, wait a minute, hold on a second. You say they're my trucks. If it's a common carrier, I can't stop a common carrier he's an independent contractor. I can't stop an independent contractor from going down 8th Street. I can, however, when it says CSC Trucking on it, that is my truck.
This is my, and I don't think this is even possible, but can you close 8th Street off?
So you're saying the 200 people who live south of 8th can't use it?
No, you go on 9th Street and down. This is residents that live there. Go 9th Street down, and you close 8th and Tulsa, leaving Portland open.
I think that the answer to that is no, he can't close 8th Street down.
No, I'm talking
but
about
the city can, but I doubt very seriously that they would. I've had discussions with them, too, about this. You know, they have hesitation to even modify that intersection for various reasons, and they can explain that if they want. But I think, you know, Mr. Nafee's in a kind of an odd spot here, because we're talking about an expansion here, and we're holding it up for a reason that already exists. I mean, we're talking about a problem that is an issue now. It's not a problem that's going to exist because he's, you know, building a new building. And I do believe, I've been out to his facility, and I do believe that he urges and even punishes sometimes his drivers if he has a proof not to take 8th Street. There's also a lot of other truck traffic on 8th Street, because there are other companies and commercial, places along 8th Street. But the bottom line is that right now nothing illegal is going on. Mm-hmm. That's the problem I kind of have with it, is I don't think that the trucks that drive down 8th Street are breaking any laws. They're accessing the businesses that are along there, which I believe is and we don't have a traffic guy in here, but is legal according to the Oklahoma City ordinances and laws. So I'm not sure what we do about 8th Street. I mean, I've struggled with it too. I've talked to traffic, he's talked to traffic, and no one's really come up with a good alternative, or other solution here. We talked about not allowing any right turns, coming north on Tulsa, which we could certainly go to Traffic Commission and try to get that passed. But still, if they decide not to follow that, and go down 8th Street, it becomes an enforcement issue, like we always talk about enforcement issues. Who's going to enforce it? And so I'm kind of at a loss. I know he is. I know that, I'm just not sure what do we do about it to fix it.
Obviously, Buck, your proposal where that is on the west side of Tulsa is, okay.
Right.
But if you eliminate the mobile home park issue, that zoning, and you put your business expansion, then you've really, if we don't have a way to fix 8th Street, you've condemned it, because your trucks are going to go down 8th Street and turn right on Portland and go where they're going to go, because that's easier than going up to 10th and over and around. I mean, it's illogical and so, but now, Mike, remember when they did the on-cue filling station in your part, and the neighbors were saying, well, wait a minute, you're going to make left turns and right turns, et cetera. The city did put up signs, no left turn, like a big sign, do not turn left.
Right.
Why is it that traffic isn't doing that? I mean, at least something. I'm looking at something. Maybe speed humps.
Yeah, and then I'm sure they could do that. I mean, I think that's probably a possibility.
Well, guys, at this point,
we had 2 people signed up on this to speak to us also.
But one quick comment. We've heard this application more than once now. We've asked traffic for a proposal to fix it. They don't have one. Okay. At this point, the best I think we can do is ask for the Traffic Commission to get involved and try to see if they can come up with a summary, but we can't hold this application hostage forever. So with that, I think we should hear from everybody again and move this application up or down.
Mr. Murray, would you like to come up, please, sir?
Hi, my name is Don Murray, 4039 Northwest 8th Street. I've lived at my residence for almost 24 years, raised 3 kids, nice, quiet neighborhood. Nafy has moved into my neighborhood. I didn't move into his. And it's the deal with the sign saying it's legal to, if a sign says no trucks in excess of 2 axles, it's legal to drive down through there. So stop signs, no parking signs, yield signs, it doesn't make sense. Those are, if it says a stop, you don't have to stop, it's okay. Or yield, you don't have to yield because it's legal. Their signs are only good as the people that want to abide by them, just like the laws, the speed limits. 25 miles an hour in a residential neighborhood, not 45, 65, or whatever. But the building another, adding on over there, more buildings, it's going to bring more traffic. more congestion. I don't like it. I don't feel it's good for my neighborhood. That's just how I feel.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from Mr. Murray? Ms. Woosley?
Good afternoon.
Hi. Would you give us your address, please, ma'am?
Yes, Elaine Woosley, 4047 and 4049 Northwest 8th.
Thank you.
I live exactly on the corner of 8th and Tulsa. Last time there was, I mentioned that the trucks turn, they're so large that when they turn, their wheels do come up on my property. We have ruts on both sides of the corner of the street. This is a picture of, sorry, it's in two pieces, of this corner. I live right here. This is my property. You can see the ruts here and the ruts here on the other side. Because when they turn this way, they have to swing out, go that way. When they turn this way, they cut off the corner. They take up the full road. So if a car is come up to the corner, it has to back up to allow the truck. That goes on all day long. And when we're talking about trucks, we are not talking about delivery trucks, other trucks, two-axle trucks. That is legitimate to go down the street. No one has a complaint about that. And there's been a lot of emphasis placed on Connolly and Atlas. Neither of them are the problem. Connolly, the majority of their trucks are two-axle. They are closer to 10th Street, and they go up Tulsa, and they use that regularly. They have a few extra axle trucks because it has to support the weight of their cement, big cement turners. They also do not come down the street. Occasionally, I will see a two-axle truck from Connolly, and it's occasionally. Atlas never comes down 8th Street, and I can say never even though I'm not watching the street 24/7. They have their own private wide-mouth entrance on Portland. Their property is on the corner of Portland and 8th. And there are a few other little businesses there. If you drive by them, you will see that the plots in front of those businesses are small paved plots for employees, an occasional pickup truck. They don't have trucks in excess of two wheels. One company there, I saw one truck, but it has no wheels, it has no cabin. They must be using it for storage. There's even a sign that says deliveries must be made to the back, to go around another way. But those, and the largest parking lot of the businesses, and that's the first block from Portland to the first stop sign, it has no more than 20 slots for cars. So they are not the problem, those businesses. The problem is NAFCO and the traffic, or let's not say NAFCO then. Let's just say that traffic that goes to the dead end on 8th and Tulsa. On this drawing here, it says that there is a flooring company, and when Don had taken pictures in the first meeting, January 9th, there was a Mohawk Flooring Company truck. That is not a flooring company, it's a limousine service, and it's been that way for a long time. There are other businesses in that distribution center. What NAFE represents is just a small part of that, but they own it all. In addition to what they're wanting to change with the trailer park, he told me in a conversation after last time's meeting when I had suggested that they buy us out, and of course you can't make them do that. He said they had considered that, his cousin had wanted to, but for some reason they decided not to, and they had an exorbitant landscape bill. He said they had to buy the property here on the street, the storage unit, which used to be a nice kind of a farmhouse. They bought that property because it's frontage. And I said, well, according to your bill, you could have continued to use that, collect revenue, until it's almost empty. They even have this dumpster has been there since the day before our first meeting here. So they're ready to go. I see no reason why they didn't have to spend $300,000 to buy that little strip. They could have built behind it, and that would have been a buffer. But with the trucks some of their trucks, I think when he talks about his trucks, it's the ones that say CSC Trucking. But I'm seeing Polly Girl going down the street, beer, they're going down there. They are a liquor distribution warehouse. So, yeah, those trucks don't belong to him. Most of those big trucks, though, they do come down Tulsa. The other issue is there's a school bus stop on this corner. It serves the 200 residents in the trailer parks. The kids used to walk home, but the parents now come up and pick them up because, in the last few years, because of the truck traffic, they come whizzing around the corner. They don't slow down because they start downhill, and you can hear their gears shift. And I know in my house, when I'm hearing them, I know exactly where they are by the gears and the sound. And they come around the corner quickly, and so the parents are there to make sure their kids, they're lined up on the side, opposite my house, it says no parking because it's private property, but they're lined up to pick up their kids. And the other day I was out there to get the mail, and they asked me, they comment on my house because I've got it primed paint. We got caught short of the weather. We haven't painted it, but it's all white. Comment on the house, how nice it was, and asked me about what was going on. And none of them received notices that this was happening. So I'd like to comment about that.
Do you have any issues other than the traffic, ma'am?
Yes, I do. This is not representative of all the land they owned. It's representative of the land they want to convert from residential to, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with these ratings, to, I guess, industry. He told me that they also bought all the land from 9th Street to to 10th, and all the land across 10th Street south of the intersection, except one property at Farrah, the donut shop. It's been empty for a while. They held out. And he said they're not in the real estate business to rent, but he told me they're not going to do anything with that either. So that seems disingenuous to me. They're going to piecemeal this project together. They're going to get this part approved, and then we'll be back here in a year getting the other trailer park approved for more building and then all that other land, which is already business. So now we're surrounded, and I'm on a corner. It's a dead-end street. I can't move. I can't rent. My house is a duplex. I can't rent it because of the traffic, and it's just ugly looking, that area. This picture here is that he said he was going to put the parking lot just north of 8th Street for their business, and then I think it was Mr. Irwin last time that said he didn't think that would increase traffic. Well, a parking lot is going to increase traffic. This would just be car traffic, but it's opposite my driveway. This is a tiny picture, but this is 8th Street. This is the warehouse. This is where he's making the entrance. My driveway is right here. When I back out, I have to stop all the time and wait for the trucks to go by. That's not a problem. It's my responsibility to do that. But I get honked at every time because they think I'm coming. This is going to be worse. The traffic is opposite business that's going to be in and out every day. I'm going to have a great deal of difficulty there. The other thing is they're going to take out several large tree lines. And I complained about dust and dirt and rodents the first time, and then he had blamed the dust and dirt on the asphalt company. We don't get any dust from the asphalt company, nor Conley. There's no cement dust. Plus the wind situation there, it comes from the southwest, goes northeast. It goes at an angle across my home, that corner area. The dirt I'm talking about is when I was a kid, there were big dirt piles left over from construction at the dead end. And I specifically remember that because it is a bus stop, and the bus one day coming down Tulsa before it turned 8th, the brakes went out, and it went careening down 8th Street, and the bus was stopped by the dirt piles. So that's how I remember how long they've been there. I'm 54. I've been living there since 65. And over the years, those dirt piles weren't removed. So every time the truck comes out of CSC Trucking, it brings with it a gush of dirt until eventually there's no dirt there now, but there's also no grass and there's nothing to keep that low area down. When it rains, more mud develops at that area, and then it dries, and then you've got a covering of mud. So that-
We need to,
I know, but I've been here since 1:30.
and so have I.
Persons who are
And everybody else, so.
I'm a lay person. I don't have an architect in my neighborhood. I don't have.
I get it, ma'am, but
designs.
I guess our point is, if you hadn't,
I definitely am sensitive to your traffic issues especially, okay? Yeah, I mean, regardless of what happens here, I want to get with you, and we're going to figure out how to get somebody to help us find some way of helping us with that
Okay,
problem.
I am in total approval of blocking off 8th Street. It would only affect 6 houses,
Okay,
no one else. The trailer park people come, they exit on Tulsa, they go up.
okay.
That is a great idea.
We'll get some people to listen to us, and we'll get some sort of help with that, okay?
But please remember, this is my home since 65.
thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, nobody else has signed up. Are there any other comments? Ms. Powers?
I do have one. Occasionally we have cases that come before us where we sort of whirl them around as best we can, and we kind of get to a place where we just don't know what we can do, and this seems to be one of those. And I'll tell you what I can do is not vote in favor of this. I absolutely will not take action to just condemn this neighborhood. If Mr. Napie wants to try to bring us a PUD or something that does something creative and extraordinary to deal with angling his entrance and exit up Tulsa, keeping it off 8th Street, doing whatever it is he can do within the confines of his own property, I would certainly be willing to look at that. I am not going to vote to make this problem worse just because, I don't know what else to do. So I'm going to move to deny.
Motion to deny, any other comments? There's a motion to deny.
Second.
And a second. All right, so we have a motion to deny item number 19 and second. Cast your votes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's denied. Thank you.
Item number 20, SP 467, application by Architects in Partnership for a special permit for personal storage in PUD 1382, located at 1610 North Portland Avenue.
Heath Hans, 3220 Marshall Avenue, Norman, Oklahoma. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission, brief history on this project. I think you're all very familiar with it. September of October of last year, we came before you with a specific plan that was approved. In order to kind of keep the development moving forward, the original concept was kind of a phase 1, phase 2 concept. They have since investigated doing a storage unit on about 3.5 acres on this same piece of land, and so we're coming back before you for a special use permit. We came before you last month, January 23rd, and there was only 5 members here, and so we were only able to get a vote of 4-1. So we ask for your approval today.
Commissioners, nobody has signed up on this particular application. Motion is second to approve item 20. Cast your votes. Janice didn't vote. Okay, that's approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Item number 21 is C6572, final plat of Canyon Lakes, 4th edition, located south of Memorial and east of Council Road.
Afternoon, Mr. Gadania.
Lex Gurania with MGR Inc. We agree with all the Ts and ask for the approval. If you have any question, please ask me.
Commissioners, nobody signed up for this matter. Final plat.
I have a question on, are there sidewalks on Memorial Road proposed? Are you going to, on Memorial Road?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I didn't see that in the staff report.
It is in the staff report. We are going to the variance, Board of Variance, and it's subject to their approval.
Oh, you're doing a Board of Adjustment to get that obligation off of. So that's Board of Adjustment, it's before the Board of Adjustment to, okay, all right, never mind.
Motion to approve item 21 in a second. Cast your votes. And that item is approved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Item 22, DA 23976, application by Darlene Pointer for a lot split at 12401 Roberts Road.
Applicant present? Oh.
I'm Brian Bloom, 2625 Northwest 66th. I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant.
Okay.
Jeremy Gardner, 605 Northwest 16th Street.
Thank you. Tell us about your application.
Our intentions to seek the lot split is Jeremy and I are attempting to acquire the new 1-acre parcels that would be part of the proposed lot split on the north of the existing property for our personal residence. This is not a business endeavor for either one of us. This would be a house that we'd build and move our families into. We share in the enthusiasm of the neighborhood for the rural character of the existing street and adjacent streets, and like so agree with the current spirit of the RA zoning, which does allow for the 1-acre tracts. We're in no way trying to set a precedent. We feel like that was already done in '98 as part of an administrative approval with an existing 1-acre lot just to the south of the subject property. So our application and proposed lot size does comply with all the dimensional standards of RA as we understand them. And additionally feel like the general comprehensive plan is slated for quote-unquote urban development, and we feel like all those things in tangent look favorably as the staff report did on our application. We've put together a site plan which we've distributed to you, and Jeremy will talk about that.
We showed an area map and a site plan, and what we wanted to kind of convey in those two drawings is the fact that the two houses that we're proposing are very much in keeping with the rural character. The setbacks are very much in keeping, again, with the setbacks that are already in the neighborhood, and we think that we're not proposing anything that is out of scale, but rather keeping the green space, the edges of Roberts Road intact. So we feel like it will be very much akin to everything else that's built out there. So I mean, that's a couple of things that we wanted to convey in those drawings.
Commissioners, you have any questions of these gentlemen? Several people signed up. We'll start. Any questions? Okay, we'll start first with Mr. Work. Kelly, would you come up, please?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kelly Work, and my address is 105 North Hudson, Suite 304, and I'm here as an attorney representing the several surrounding property owners of this subject property, and they are Joe and Michelle Dupuis, Robert and Kim Lewis, George and Laura Gaither, Claude and Judith Woody, and Barney and Nancy Law, and they're here. Most of them are still here today. I told them to be sure and be here at 1:30 today, which they really appreciate.
That'll teach you. Thank you, Kel.
They literally surround this subject property with the properties where they own and live, and this is a very rural character neighborhood. It is characterized by larger acreage type residential lots. The tract that is immediately to the east of Roberts Road is 4.37 acres in size. The tract that is adjacent to the west of the subject property is just a hair under 4 acres. The Gaithers property to the north is just under 6 acres. The Woody's property is 4.73 acres. Barney and Nancy Law's property is just over 5 acres. They're at the north end of Robert Road. And we're here in opposition to this requested lot split. What they're proposing to do is to take this existing 4-acre tract and split it into 3 lots, one of which would be 2 acres in size, and then 2 that would be 1 acre each in size. We're asking that you deny the application. This proposed lot split does not meet your subdivision regulation. There's no basis, in our view, for the 2 variances that would be required in order for the commission to allow this lot split to go forward. They need 2 variances from the subdivision regulations. These homes along Roberts Road is a private road that extends north for a quarter mile off of 122nd Street between Bryant and Coltrane. They were developed beginning about 1968 as a rural private road subdivision characterized by these large tracts with a lot of separation between the homes and a lot of trees. And of course, what that offers and provides for the residents of the area is a great deal of privacy and space, along with a lot of peace and quiet, even though they're in the city. Roberts Road, as I mentioned, is a private road. It consists only of 10 feet of asphalt paving. It's not wide enough, in fact, for 2 cars to pass. When the neighbors who are there now are driving in opposite directions, it requires somebody to pull over to allow the other to pass in order to get down it. It really functions more like a driveway than a roadway. Of course, it's privately maintained by the owners of the property along it. It's not designed or equipped to handle a more dense development that 1-acre lots would represent. And there is, importantly, also a restrictive covenant that applies to the subject property along with the other properties along Roberts Road that prevents these properties from being subdivided below 5 acres in size until and unless the road is improved to city standards and dedicated as a public street. I asked Mr. Gross to bring that document. I just want to show that to you. In this document, this restrictive covenant that was entered into in 1968 was done apparently as part of an agreement with the city of Oklahoma City. So this was done, and you can see in the text there, it was done in consideration of the city of Oklahoma City approving this private road residential development. And there in number 3, it says, no request for lot splits below 5 acres shall be made by us or by any property owner in said addition until such time as the road is improved by the property owners in the addition to meet the established minimum standard to serve the more intense development, and its dedication as a public road is accepted by the City Council. That was the condition that was agreed to with the City of Oklahoma City when this addition was established. And Mr. Gross, if you could just scroll down, you see there, a little bit further, you see there it indicates it was accepted by the City Council on February 6, 1968, signed by the city clerk. So it was part of an agreement that was made with the city that they were willing to allow this private road residential addition to be developed so long as it wasn't done at a greater density than what was originally proposed. Now, as Mr. Bloom mentioned, there have been a couple of splits that have been done since 1968. The 1-acre tract that is adjacent to 122nd Street, that was formerly 5 acres. this 4-acre tract that is the subject of this application was split off sometime after 1968. There is one other of the original 5-acre tracts on the east side where there was an existing residence on 5 acres. They sold off 3.5 acres. So now there's a 3.5-acre tract and there's a 1.5-acre tract. But the others, as I mentioned, are still these 4 acres or above tracts that rely on Roberts Road, this 10 feet of paving. And the purpose and intent of that restriction was to preserve that rural character of the area, and also so that there wouldn't be additional houses that would be built unless and until the residents agreed that the street would be improved to public street minimum standards and dedicated as a public street. If the commission were to grant these 2 variances and allow this split to occur and allow 1-acre lots to be developed on the existing Roberts Road, in our view, it would be detrimental for the character of the area. It would result in property values going down. We believe it would have an adverse effect on the quality of life of the residents who live there currently. It would increase traffic on Roberts Road, which is not equipped or designed to handle it, and it would establish a dangerous precedent, in our view, where the commission would be put in the position of not being able to deny additional requests for 1-acre lots if they were to be forthcoming. The condition that the restrictive covenant talks about has not happened. It's still a private road. It has not been improved to public street standards, and frankly, the people that are there now would prefer that it not. They want it to remain as a private road. The proposed lot split to create 3 lots from this 4-acre tract is not appropriate. We think it would be detrimental for the area. We would ask that you deny the application. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Work?
Kelly, how many residents use that road?
There are
let's just say to the north of those
six homes that are fronting onto Roberts Road.
Okay, are you counting the one that's down on 122nd?
Yes, sir.
and the one above it?
There are 2 above it. If you're looking at if you're looking at your aerial photo that was included with your staff report, that's out of date. That was from 2010. There's an additional house that's been constructed immediately north of this subject property. Since 2010.
Well, your discussion about the restrictive covenants that are applicable to this property, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, is not our problem.
That's correct.
That's correct.
So we really can't, that's a matter of you and them, or your clients and them, getting into a fight enforcing the covenant.
But what does apply here, Bob, is this thing is called Roberts Road. I don't know if you drove out there and looked at it. I did. I drove all the way to the end of Roberts Road, which is about this far. And
it ain't there.
It's barely a road. I mean, it's wide enough for my vehicle, and that's it. It's highly rural. This is either appropriate or it's not.
But my other point was the restricted covenant, that's your deal, not ours. However, the subdivision regulations are our deal.
Right.
And this particular road, 10 feet wide, 1 car,
It's a private road.
It isn't going to. It's just not going to work. It's not going to work, in my opinion.
Okay.
So that's my comment about it.
We have several folks signed up who occupy I believe, most of the back area. I'll call you out. If you got anything additional to add, I'd like to hear it. We'd like to hear it too. So, Brian Bloom. Oh, sorry. Thank you. And you're Mr. Pointer? Oh, Mr. Pointer? Would you like to come up? And then Darlene Pointer also.
There's still.
I just want to thank y'all for hearing this out. This is my wife, Darlene. We own the property.
You are the applicants, actually.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. That's good to know.
And we set out to sell this property because it already been broke up an acre. It already set the precedence on that side of the street. I have no problem with that street crossing the 10-foot. I mean, we don't have traffic jams down that road.
It's just not that busy.
It's just not that busy. You know, we kind of, as neighbors, let each other over as we need to get through. We work with each other on that deal. So I don't see an issue with that, other than it could be widened down the road, maybe get the city involved with taking that street over for a future to widen that road. The neighbors that we have here, each one of them are saying that they want a country atmosphere, but each one of them within 50 to 75 feet have a house behind them. Their open spots are away from them. So it isn't like they're sitting in the middle of 5 acres where they're protected by privacy. Right. They're next, if you'll look, they're next to each other. If the ones on the back side of them, they're spitting distance from them. And that's probably a bad term, but it is a situation where that land out in that area is growing. I'm tired of mowing 4 acres for nothing. There's no horses out there, there's no cattle, there's no agriculture out there. I understand the privacy, but I feel like an acre of land is enough privacy for any man to take care of, and privacy from each other. Now,
I'd like to interject something, too. There won't be any trees removed. We've already established that agreement that not one tree will be disturbed. So the country atmosphere will simply be adding one more house. They're afraid of losing the country atmosphere, but actually I think that will be retained. If you can look at the greenery, it's huge acreages with dense forest. None of that will change, none of it. And Roberts Road is a dead-end street, and if they're trying to cite the additional traffic as being a problem, I'd like to say that when the Law's daughter was still living at home, we would watch 20 to 40 vehicles coming in and out that street on the weekends. And nobody complained about the traffic at that point. Also, when the Gaithers were building their home, nobody cited any problem with all the construction traffic that came in and out, and I mean huge vehicles for nearly a year while that construction was happening. So I think we need to take that argument off the table as far as the traffic problem is concerned, because we've all worked together, always have, to make sure that was that we were all accommodated. Just that the Gaithers had offered to buy the property should the deal fall through.
the people behind us called me and said, if that deal don't go through, we'll take the property. You know, we're down here for the wrong, I went and talked to all my neighbors and tried to compel to them and get their opinions, and they were all in agreement at the moment.
Yeah.
They said, yeah, we're okay, we won't really like it, but we're okay. So
And then, once we paid the money to
paid the money to get it done. They all turned.
Everybody came out of the woodwork in opposition.
And then they wanted the property. I've got the tape that he called me, offered me $100,000, if that deal don't go through, I'll give you $100,000 for it. And I'm trying to stick to where I'm at, and I don't want to get into domestic stuff. My wife is dealing with cancer, and we're fighting that battle right now, and this proceeds are going to go to pay hospital bills and things, but we don't want to do it for that reason, because we still want to keep that property intact and looking good. And they can tell you that I have kept that property looking good, and I will continue to make sure that whoever builds on that property builds something nice that they can be proud of on that street. And then that will give more money to build more for the street, because we've got 2 more taxpayers that could put more money into the street. And that's really all I got to say, sir.
Thank you.
Any questions for the Pointers Commission?
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you. Appreciate you coming down. To be clear, though, we are talking about building 2 more houses, right?
Yes, sir.
2 additional. Y'all live in one, and then there'd be 2 more, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Woody, would you like to speak, please, sir?
My name is Claude Woody. I live at 12517 Hoffman Road, which my property on Hoffman Road backs into my property on Roberts Road. I also own 3.5 acres on Roberts Road, which is just north of the property in question. I oppose this because we've lived there 7 years where we now live. I plan to build a nice home back on the 3.5 acres. It worries me that if you allow this to happen, to divide this 4-acre tract into 3 lots, it's going to open the door, unquestionably, to overdevelopment on all the other tracts in this area. My 3.5 acres, I didn't buy it for investment, I bought it to live on, and I intend to. If you allow this lot split, I'm not going to build on it. I'm going to split. And I don't want to split it. I didn't buy it for that purpose. And the people who want to come in now want to say we're going to build a great home here on 1-acre lot. We don't want 1-acre lots out there. We want the biggest lots we can get because it is a rural area. It's country living, and it's why we moved out there 7 years ago. I'm asking you to deny this request. It's not precedented. It opens up a precedent that we don't want. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Robinson?
I'm just here to support Mr. Blue.
Thank you. There's nobody else signed up. Would anybody else care to speak? Would you come forward, please, ma'am? State your name and address, please.
Michelle Dupuy, 12400 Roberts Road, directly across from the said property. Just want to add that the traffic that was mentioned about teenagers should be offset with the Pointers do have a business that we did have to address with them. They had commercial vehicles that were, in and out, and uniform company trucks and things like that. So we worked with them and we worked it out, and we arrived at settling that traffic down. So I just wanted to offset that. Thank you.
Commissioners, nobody else signed up. Nobody else is applicant. Yes, sir.
May I just rebut one point?
Sure.
Please? We certainly understand the concern of further lot splits on Roberts Road. One thing we feel like is critical to consider is that our current zoning is RA. The other properties surrounding us are zoned differently with AA, and we understand that to be a different request than what we are asking for today. So we too would like to see as much preservation of lot size as possible. I know the RA on the Hoffman side of the neighborhood has several lots, 3 or 4, that are 1.25 acres or less. So we feel like that's not significantly different than what we are trying to request for this lot size.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I've looked at this and kind of mulled over it. We had one split back in 98, and I think maybe that split was facilitated because, or could have been supported because one is, it fronts over on 122nd Street, and it leaves the rest of the property, the other 4 acres had access off of Robbins Street. Technically, administrative-wise, they could split it. They could have split it 3 times. They split it once. They could split it one other time. But then when they start splitting it again, then I can't really, I don't feel good about approving this 3rd split or having 4 splits without improving Robert Street, at least to the point of the property that's subject. So if you improve it from 122nd all the way to the end of the 4 acres of property. But then also the other issue is that we have water, and they're asking for a variance for not bringing the public water. And the public water is only 250 feet from the property.
Mm-hmm.
So if we would permit the split, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that would support a 250-foot line of water, bringing water to the site. So we're bringing, so I would, only way I could deal with it is the improvement of Robert Street and bringing the water.
Make a motion.
So I can make a motion for the variances, and we just have 2 variances.
Okay, so that's a motion then to deny.
Deny the split as presented.
Split as, we have to vote on both variances. Is that right, Dan?
If you're going to vote no on the item, you really don't need to worry about the variances.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Then is that a motion to deny the application?
As submitted. Second.
Motion to deny item 22. Second, cast your votes. That's denied. Thank you.
Item number 23 is SPUD 749 by Oak Hills Private Equity Fund to rezone 721 West Britton Road from R1 and C3 to SPUD 749.
Mike Mize, 2940 Northwest 160th Street. Good evening, and thanks for your patience. We're in the process of acquiring some properties from the Oklahoma City Public Schools. Item number 23 is the first of 2 that we'll be discussing this evening. We have no problems with the conditions that have been placed on this by staff, and we're just here to ask that you recommend, that you approve as recommended by staff.
May I make a comment, Mr. Chairman?
Well, you can be second.
Oh. After you?
After me. I tell you, I looked at this application. I like parts of what I see. I don't like the north half of the application, frankly. I think the development with respect to the appropriateness of the commercial on the West Britton Road, I'm certainly in favor of. I don't think, personally, that the positioning of industrial back up against that residential area there is in the best interest of that residential area. I recognize that that's light industrial, but I don't think I can get around supporting that part of that without more. I think maybe we get there somehow, but I just can't support that industrial use against that neighborhood right there. That's my personal view.
My turn.
Go right ahead.
I've not seen SPUD or a PUD this thin in a long, long time. There's no detail. I mean, the devil's in the detail. By saying that signage is whatever is in accordance with the base zoning district regulations. That means that on this property, however many 50-foot pole signs do you want to put on there, you can. That's not what we want for a PUD or an SPUD. architectural details. It's the base zoning districts will regulate the architecture of buildings in this SPUD. I don't know what I-1 would allow, but a 10 building, in other words, my motion would be to continue this, for you to come back with significant amount of details and tell us exactly what you're going to do with the school, and particularly what you're going to do with the north side that's next to the residential area. We don't have a clue, other than you're going to have, what are the uses? A bazillion uses. Convenience sales, gas sales, there's going to be a gas station, fast food drive-in, alcohol, animal sales, kennels, all of these things, they're just, you've got to be compatible with the neighborhood to the north. In this area of Britton Road, you've got a school to deal with, but there's just not enough, there's not near enough details that I could really get my arms around this entire application. I just think you got to go back to the drawing board and fill in the blanks on pretty much a significant amount of detail before I can vote on it.
With respect to the uses, the commercial uses along Britton, I think I had less problems with, just to kind of give you our guidance, at least my view. The issue, and obviously the alleyway, I don't think we had a real problem with that. But again, I think that I would agree with Commissioner Bright that there's perhaps a better application yet to come here.
Well, and I understand your concerns. With respect to the usage, we did remove a number of uses from C3 and from the I-1 as well. We tried to make the I-1 uses really compatible with the uses that we've included as part of the C3 zoning up front. We've also agreed to screen the property on Northwest 94th from the residential neighborhood.
But we need to see, there's no site plan. There's nothing connecting the school with the commercial, with the north side, the I-1. I don't know, there's no way I can figure out what it is that you're going to be putting there except a 50-foot pole sign that has flashing lights on it.
Well, I don't know that they've indicated that to us. To be clear, that's not our goal. I'm not saying that. I think I could speak for all of us to say we support the redevelopment of this particular tract, subject to a little more evaluation about what we're doing. Commissioner Williams, you have any comments?
Looking at the staff report, I don't believe that the last version of the applicant's SPUD is reflected in the report you have. It was quite a bit more detail that's not in there. And I think if we could take a continuance, bring it back to the staff report, it would look quite different.
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
Perhaps we criticized too soon.
That's right. I apologize, Mike. Mr. Chairman, let me add something to that.
Sure.
I applaud the effort of buying these schools and redeveloping, but even with this little plan here that we had, I was disturbed by the number of curb cuts that were still being asked for. Just that one little issue. And again, I'd like to see more details about how you want to develop. I know you don't have everything pinned down. I met with you and talked to you.
Yes, sir.
But I think we can get just a little closer, and maybe what JJ has do that for us. So I will move that we continue this item. How much time? A couple of weeks?
2 weeks.
Is that agreeable?
Yeah. Yes, sir. We'll be happy to work with staff to make sure that you get the level of detail that you need.
All right.
And I'd like to see it too.
Motion is second to continue item 23.
And 24.
I don't have no problem with 24.
Well, we should do them at the same time. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Is 24 also?
Same thing.
That's fine.
Okay.
I mean, I understand why you might want to do both of those together.
Right, okay. Thank you for that consideration. We'll motion to continue items 23 and 24 in a second. Cast your votes. Those items are continued. Thank you.
Item number 25, SPUD 750 by Oak, is this the same too? We need to do all three? 23, 24, 25?
25.
Okay. Oak Hills Private Equity Fund to rezone 1432 Northeast 7th from R2 to SPUD 750.
Thank you again.
I have the same issue with this item here. We'll continue it for a more specific...
2 weeks would be fine.
Let me ask you something.
Sure.
Did you have opportunity to meet with any of the neighborhoods or the community leaders and anything? I know I was for the...
We actually had an opportunity to meet with the Neighborhood Association this past Saturday.
Okay.
They were really quite excited about the project. One of the things I noticed in the staff comments is that it's not clear about what we're going to do with the school. I want to make it very clear that we have every intention of preserving Dunbar. We have every intention of obtaining historic tax credits, which are going to subject us to a higher standard of renovation. All that we expect to be doing on the exterior is the necessary maintenance and repairs to bring it back up to its original standards. There's also a metal building attached to it. We think it's likely that the historic preservation requirements will ask us to separate the two buildings, and we'll make that separation and deal with a new facade in that area on the existing building.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
There's two people...
And I'm sorry, but we've met with the Neighborhood Association, we've met with Councilman Pettis, we've met with a number of other neighborhood leaders. Everyone that we've talked to has been very positive about this.
Great. Okay, I appreciate that.
Mr. Mize and Mr. Elgin were signed up for item 25. We're proposing to continue that for 2 weeks. Is that agreeable with you, sir? And you are Mr.
Mize.
Elgin? And Mr. Mize, I can't...
I'm Mr. Mize.
You're Mr. Mize.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I signed up.
Okay, so you'll be here in 2 weeks, too?
I will, sir.
All right, thank you.
I move to continue this for 2 weeks.
Second.
Motion and a second to continue item number 25 for 2 weeks. Cast your votes. Thank you.
I was just going to suggest that if you have not already, you might also reach out to the neighbors surrounding the school on Britton Road. And if you need any help doing that, you might contact the Mustard Seed group right there. They have very close ties to that neighborhood, and will be able to probably arrange a neighborhood meeting for you with those folks over there.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you all.
Our last case is item 26, PUD 1526 by Park at Memorial Limited Partnership to rezone 14200 Macaulay Boulevard from PUD 115A to PUD 1526.
Good afternoon. Last time, I promise. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. With me is Don Greiner, Kenyon Morgan, and Tim Johnson. What we have is a zoning application for a nursing home, senior independent living facility. I'm going to allow Mr. Greiner to get up here and explain the concept that they have, but I want to address a few of the zoning issues. As you might have guessed from the number of the PUD, 115, this is a very old PUD. It's a very old PUD that has really no restrictions on it. What we're proposing is a single-use PUD with some other uses as accessory uses. We believe that this will provide some stability for this area. The reason it has sat vacant all this time is because, as you can see from the site plan, there's a creek. There was no way to access it other than coming through the neighborhood. We desire to not come through the neighborhood, and Mr. Johnson has designed a bridge over the creek that we will have to construct in order to develop this site. We did have a meeting with the neighbors. There were some that were in opposition. I believe a lot of the neighbors are in support of the concept. Their concerns deal with the two street stubs coming out of the Remington neighborhood that we don't touch. What we've agreed to do is Mr. Johnson and I will represent the neighbors in a subsequent application to shut off those two southerly street stubs. This is an old neighborhood that is established, and to bring something else in I don't think would be compatible with them, and we're fine with doing that. There's 4 acres that are not included The gentleman that owns this would not sell it to my client. We've reached out to try to buy it. It's a guy that spends half of his time in Paris, and we were told he is out of the country for the foreseeable future. So we'd certainly like to buy more to help fix any potential connection, but that's not possible right now. With that, I'm going to allow, unless there's zoning questions on the PUD or the history, I'll allow Mr. Greiner to explain his facility.
Well, there's one thing you might point out in the current zoning, say it's an old PUD that's virtually wide open. It provides for R1 to R4 to commercial. So it's pretty much wide open.
Yes. With that, I'll allow Mr. Greiner.
My name's Don Greiner. Address is 4350 Will Rogers Parkway in Oklahoma City. I'm the president of Grace Living Centers, and we're a nursing home provider here in Oklahoma. We've been in the state. We're the largest provider in the state, and we've been providing care in Oklahoma since 1976. Our company plan, if you will, is to replace older properties with new buildings. We're currently replacing a 1965 property in Muskogee with a new home. In our next project, we have a home on Wilshire Road, just east of Broadway Extension, that we plan to close and move to this site. This is a different concept. The profession is moving in the direction of neighborhoods, building not at one big large facility that's an institutional setting, but breaking that down into individual neighborhoods. In this case, we're thinking at this point we'll have neighborhoods of 14 residents each. And each neighborhood they'll be connected in the back, but the front of each will look like a personal, private residence. So we're proposing a different concept of care, breaking the institutional setting down into individual private rooms, all private rooms, with, what are we doing, 8 neighborhoods of 14 residents each. And then, in addition, potentially future expansion of an assisted living. So that's our plan for the project.
One important point that when he says he has the front of the houses, so the neighbors that would be looking south, rather than seeing the back of a building, what they'd see is actually the front of the building. So we think that will ensure that it's more of a compatible use.
Commissioners, any questions of Mr. Greiner or Mr. Box?
Just a quick question, Mr. Greiner, Box. What's the separation from the property owners to the north, their south boundary to the closest, the face of the closest residence?
50 feet. We're proposing in the PUD a 50-foot setback from the property line to our structure.
We have some folks who have hung in all afternoon. And so we're going to allow them to speak. Tim Munson, would you please come up if you'd like to speak?
Can I reserve the right to speak later after somebody else, or
Yeah, no, please, no. You can wait till 7, but we may not be here. Please come now.
I think there are several other people that are signed up to speak that are probably more well prepared than I am. I was hoping I could just follow on if that.
That'd be great. I will hold you in abeyance. Mr. Rice.
My name's Jay Rice. I live at 4220 Northwest 143rd Street, and I request that the Planning Commission deny this request for rezoning the R1 property in Tract I believe that's I, not 1, in PUD 115A. I have the signatures of 116 Remington homeowners who signed these petitions requesting the R1 property not be rezoned. We did this just in the last 6 days. So we're not too organized, but we did get a tremendous, I think, a lot of feedback real quick. We're not proposed to further development in this PUD, but we are proposed to development that might have a negative impact on our homes and our neighborhood. We believe this R1 rezoning will have a negative impact, and we set forth the following reasons. Reason number one, the connectivity between Memorial Road and Northwest 150th. When they build a bridge, we have no guarantee that we won't have a connection between those two major roads. And this will, this can turn our neighborhood, the traffic could dramatically increase, and our streets would be busy and unsafe. The traffic on Northwest 150th seems to increase daily. With additional traffic coming through Remington, the intersection at Remington Way and Northwest 150th would be dangerous, and there's no light. There's no traffic light at this time. Furthermore, the city has future road construction projects for Portland, north of Memorial, and, overnight, if there's a connection, the traffic could just go through the roof as a busy bypass, and that could be even more dangerous. So that's a major concern for the neighborhood. Reason number two is the connectivity issue with R1 versus property with a commercial interest. Where do we start and stop with rezoning the R1 property in this area? This is an old PUD, but it was developed with regard to the other PUDs, and the commercial property is to the south, near the main road, Memorial, and the single-family dwellings are in the interior. This proposed rezoning is a disruption to that original plan. These 12 acres are in the interior. They're surrounded on three sides by R1 property. This area is supposed to be the heart and the future of an R1 community. Yet if this is commercial property in my hand, you've got this thumb sticking up amongst all this single-family dwelling, and that just doesn't seem to make sense. So, under the current zoning, if this stays R1, we would have, for those of us on the south side of 143rd, we'd have a street 100 feet from our existing property. As proposed, the nursing home wants to put a street 25 feet from the property line. The nursing home street will have more traffic. It'll have the annoyance of ambulances and fire engines day and night. Without any kind of buffer, we'll have flashing lights coming through our bedroom windows. We're going to now see ambulances, fire engines, cars, where we thought we were going to see people's backyards. The other point, or one other point I'd like to make about this is there are hundreds of acres of undeveloped land 1 mile to 2 miles to the west where there's no R1 and nobody to oppose it. So I don't know why it has to be these 12 acres. The third reason I'd like to bring up is just environmental concerns. In this 12-acre tract, we see lots of standing water after moderate and heavy rains. The nursing home project will remove thousands of mature trees. I noticed one of the online images was shot in wintertime, and it really doesn't show you how thick it is with trees back there. And I know it's going to be developed, but this is a flood zone or flood plain. If I make sure I get that right. And we're talking about taking out thousands of trees in a flood zone, and then this is going to open up for more development, and we're going to take out more trees in the other parts of the flood zone. So we're concerned about that. And that's why we're asking for a denial for the rezoning.
Could I ask you, the very first thing you said was that you didn't have any guarantee that there wouldn't be a connection through your neighborhood.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at it, and you're going to build one bridge, and then if there's a fire, and you've got lots of cars traveling south over the bridge to get out, and if there's an apartment built later, apartment complex, you can't have fire engines going in over one bridge and people trying to get out the other way. That doesn't work. They would have to connect somewhere else, wouldn't they? I mean, you got to have more than one connection point.
Well, whether they would or not, my question to you is, would it change your view of the application if you were assured that there would only be one connection, and would that matter to you?
Well, I think if we, but yes, that would help. And if there's setbacks and they're just like too close. I mean, there's no setback. You just suddenly got this commercial piece of property almost in your backyard.
Are your objections to the application mostly then sort of design issues as opposed to the use itself? Is it that you think they're too close to you and you want some assurances about access, or is it just that you don't want this here?
It's not. It's a lot of it is it's just too close for being non-R1.
Okay.
With no setback, no buffer zone, no green belt. We've actually proposed that there be a green belt between us, and maybe somebody will speak to that, but it's...
You have actually met with the applicant and been through these issues with them?
But...
or expressed these
We've
concerns?
expressed this, yes.
Okay.
As I look at the application, there's a 50-foot landscape buffer on the north side, is that right? Is that what I just heard, 50 feet between the property line?
50-foot setback.
50-foot setback, right?
But the street would only be about 25 feet from the property line. 15 of that is utility easement, and then...
Okay.
I mean, as I see it, property line, utility easement, I don't know. I mean, this is just really close to the back of our houses, and we're talking lots of traffic, ambulances, fire engines.
Can you show me on this application, on this map up here, sort of where you live?
Well, I'd be the second house from the northwest corner of the proposed rezoning area.
Okay, how close are you to the golf hole? I walked this last weekend.
The golf hole?
Yeah, the golf hole.
I just heard about that. That's at the east end.
It's at the east end, but I was wondering how far you were from that. Mm-hmm. You're more down by the ATV tracks.
I'm back by, the trees are really thick.
Yeah.
I counted, just to try to estimate how many trees, I took my property lot, it's 105 feet, 20 feet. I came up with 1/20th of an acre, counted the trees, I got 75 mature trees. And if you take that by, now I will, there are 3 acres that are wide open. The trees were removed a long time ago.
Yeah, farther east of you.
To the east, but behind me, it's just thick with trees. The reason it's thick with trees is there's a lot of water standing back there. And I just don't, what we're concerned about, we're concerned about how, and the engineers, I don't understand it, but I mean, that's a big transformation all of a sudden to take out all those trees and then, but I mean, it may work, but it's just a concern that we have because we see what it's like back there.
Yeah, if I do respect, as I look at this application, all right, the only uses that are permitted in this PUD are the congregate care uses that are proposed by the applicant. Let's start there. 1. The height restrictions with respect to this application are 2 stories, which are 2-story homes. It's the same as at 35 feet. I dare say that there are homes in Remington that may in fact be taller than 35 feet at a maximum height. This is a high-quality residential development that's going in, and admittedly, the alternative to this in this old PUD is a mixture of uses, none of which are compatible with Remington. I would just say this, the application that's before us, if it came in and said it's R1, 35 square feet in height, 2-story buildings, we'd be done.
Right.
And that's what they're proposing. Do you understand that?
But they're not, but R1 would not put a road this close to the property line.
I'm not convinced of that, but I would say I want to be clear about what the ask is, okay?
The one
I think that's important.
feature of the R1, if it stayed R1 and built R1, you can argue all day long where the cross street would be. Sure, it could be up there, it could be somewhere else. One thing I will guarantee you, if that land develops as R1,
it'll connect.
We will require and maintain these 2 connections, and there will be a connection to 150th Street. And once this bridge is built, the commercial stuff and the apartment that's built down here to come, they're all going to go that way.
Exactly, which is a negative for Remington.
Okay, but in...
Sir, I'm speaking right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please let me finish.
Sure.
Right.
If this site is developed this way, I believe there is a very strong argument to support what Mr. Bach said. The neighborhood would like to close these two stubs and avoid that migration to the north. If it stays R1, I don't think we can do that.
We won't.
I'll tell you, we won't. I will tell you, and what I've told the neighborhood people, I strongly believe there's reasons to close them if this is developed. I also know that when we get that staff report, the staff is going to recommend denial of that application because it's contrary to our policy, those 2 steps. Well, I will too. I think there's a very strong argument for that. But what I'm saying is what this gentleman's proposing, what Mr. Rice is proposing, is to leave it R1. Well, if it stays that way, that will, I guarantee that will not happen. But the cat's out of the bag on the bridge now, and somebody's going to come along. There's too much dirt here. It's too valuable not to build that bridge now that they found out that it could be done and the cost of it. This land is going to be developed. This is, as Chairman pointed out, a very good, compatible use, I believe. Can we buffer the neighborhood?
This is my point. That's my only issue.
And I believe they will speak to that. Kenyon Morgan spoke to it with me.
It's a matter of, I think that if the buffering between your neighborhood and this, and the assurance, absolute assurance that the access is over that bridge and they can't get into your neighborhood with cars, I give full credit to your concern about emergency vehicles, because this is a place where things happen, and so ambulances and this sort of thing. And what I'd like to see, I think you would be okay, but what I'd like to recommend perhaps is how this facility is configured. Is fronting, the front doors go towards the neighborhood, right? Is that right? Mm-hmm. Which is where all the stuff's going to happen, all the ambulances and cars, etc. I'd like to see somebody tweak this so that could be avoided. You would have those emergency vehicles go someplace else. Go ahead. Well, we'll come up here. Yeah.
If I could, just 1 second. Just 1 second. Bob, I got your point. We have another...
Let's get the protester.
So, Mr. Najmi, I believe you've hung with us all day long. I'm not going to deny you this opportunity. No, I may even come back later, stay all day, so if you could, please, sir.
Name's Riz Najmi, 4108 Northwest 143rd Street. Unfortunately, I'm on this side of the table this time. I am a licensed civil engineer in multiple states, including the state of Oklahoma. This is what I do for a living, develop properties. This happens to be my backyard. So let's go back to the start here, PUD 115A, the existing PUD that is there. There are a few points in there that needs to be looked at. That property back there is zone R1 per the PUD, specifically R1, that's it. There are no other leeways on that one. It says R1. The PUD has some very specific words. The development concept of that existing PUD states, and I quote, additionally, the Quail Creek development is envisioned as a moderately intensity makes land use with retail commercial development, professional, administrative and medical offices with a park-like buffer zone, creating the appropriate step down to zoning to residential development. This was the step down. They had commercial up front, they had administrative, medical facilities. R1 at the back, in our backyard, was the step down that they wanted. Now, what I want to say is, one aspect of this that is not being looked at is half of this development is in the flood zone, 100-year floodplain, half of it. The staff report that I read specifically says, and I quote again from the staff report, I'm sorry, I can't quote, I don't have it. Well, anyways, the staff report says that anything that developed in the floodplain, the maintenance, there should be no development in the floodplains, and all natural resources of the floodplain should be maintained, including trees. So basically, the staff report recommends not taking out trees. Half of this is the floodplain that will be taken out. But that's besides the point. Another thing I want is the PUD, existing PUD says the system of internal circulation of this development be such that separation between residential and commercial, non-residential vehicular traffic should be maintained. Bottom line, the PUD that is currently there allows for R1 zoning in that for 16.5 acres, and they said, when you put those R1 houses, connect to Remington, which is fine. Nothing else can come into Remington from there. That's how it is. And the plan that the PUD has, and that's this one here, and the existing PUD has a buffer zone all along here. So basically, this is a buffer zone, this is the track. Nothing can come from the zones that are there. This is a natural creek, that's the buffer. Nothing can come out there. This street stops here at the buffer zone, that's the thoroughfare. What happens here is, we are not opposed to this. The two things that we ask for is assurances that will the stubs be closed? Like the client said, they don't know where the owner is. They can't meet with them. And he has specifically left those stubs out for future connectivity. If this goes on, if a public thoroughfare goes all the way to their property, then there's future connection between this. There's no assurance to us that it'll be closed. They'll try. Yes, we know they'll try. But what happens if they can't close it? They have a public road right up to their mouth in their backyard. Somebody else comes, the owner, they can't meet him. He's in Paris. He sells it to someone who makes a connection. So now we have a connection from Memorial all the way to our backyards and through our streets onto 150th. With the existing PUD, that's not allowed. The only connection allowed is those homes that are developed in that R1, they connect back. So that's like, in a flood zone, even if you develop in that 16.5 acres, we're looking at like 45 homes. And I did the math. It is not a feasible development with homes there. If you want to go in, and the client said about $70,000 per acre, if you purchase the land, put in homes, 2,000 linear feet of street at $300, every lot comes to be around $35,000. That is not a feasible proposition right now. Either the land has to be very cheap or the homes very expensive for them to build that houses there. Right now, if we allow this public street to come right to our backyards, what is there that is stopping them from connecting into our two stubs? There's no assurances. There is connectivity, they can say about it, talk about it, but we are not assured. There's no guarantees. We have talked about it. That is what we have presented to them, that I have 5 kids. They play in my front yard because I'm on 143rd. There's no traffic there. But if I have unconcerned people just zooming through there, that's a concern.
if I could, just right quick, I think there's the point that Commissioner Gales was making at an earlier stage of this conversation was that if this tract, under our subdivision regs, as they stand, regardless of whether this is a PUD or not, 115 or not, that our subdivision regs, the way I understand them, would require, if this developed as R1 property, that we would require that to connect to Remington, to those two stubs. In that circumstance, you'd still have the connection from Memorial to 150th.
I'm sorry, but I think you're missing the point.
Can I ask a
Sure.
question? JJ, are you still here?
He stepped out for a minute. I guess the point is this.
If I understood what he was saying, and I haven't looked at 115A PUD, but if I understood what he was saying, it seemed to me you were making the point that it does not permit connection of the commercial development to the south to your neighborhood.
Exactly my point. That's what I'm saying.
My question to JJ is, if this property, or all of the property that's covered by 115A, were to be developed today under a PUD that does not permit connectivity to the commercial area to the south, we're going to take as a given for a moment that that's what it really says. How would we deal with that? I mean, our policies now, of course, would be we want that connectivity.
We would encourage it.
Encourage is one thing. If they've got a PUD that says it's not permitted, could they develop it without connectivity?
If the PUD says that
the commercial areas to the south cannot be connected to Remington to the north?
Well, I think you're missing
it's a
the
requirement
point
in
here,
the PUD
guys.
that it not be connected.
The PUD
develop under the current PUD.
has a multiple of use. The northern use is designated as R1.
I got that part. And I assume it can be connected to the neighborhood,
And
would
so,
be.
what we would require, if they brought us a plat under the PUD, we would require that plat to connect to these two stubs. Okay, now you have the R1 that goes down to the next tier of zoning down there that is some additional R4 zoning. They can build more apartments to the south, but they haven't built them all the way to the north. We would probably then say, well, we want a connection there too. Well,
it does.
This is probably an older PUD that has some requirements that certain tracts don't connect with other tracts.
Yes. And I have it in my hand. They require a buffer zone.
Well, but in that, in,
They would have, yes.
but in that circumstance, then, and he said he did the math, and I'll take his word for the number of units you could squeeze into R1, whatever 6,000 square foot lots allow. Under that concept, then all of the additional R1 would only have one direction to travel. It would be through Remington. Every one of those houses would go through Remington every day, every trip. Well, that's what he said, with him. The other neighbors I've talked with, I don't think they see it that way, but
It's still allowed, you're still allowed to build residential in flood plains, in flood areas. What you have to do is raise FEMA sets the floor elevation, so you be out of that, the impediment of the flood.
I'm sure
you can't still build in there.
I'm sure you do, and I'm sure you see it, and I see it. The deal is that this is a commercial establishment. It doesn't hurt the value that much. Building a single-family home in a floodplain the lot value goes down, the house value goes down, you have flood insurance to deal with. Homeowners don't appreciate building a house in a floodplain, nor buying one.
Yeah, but the developers make it such that they're going to get that number, they're going to get the numbers up and get the density up to where they make it feasible and make it appealing to the homeowner.
I'm sure.
And if they can get that floor elevation up and the title insurance is okay with it, they're going to build those homes in there.
Yep, I agree. I mean, I do that for a living, so I wouldn't say no.
Yeah.
I do it, and we do a flood study.
And they're going to connect to those stubs. And then the commercial going to connect to the residential because, unless, well, it might have some restrictions, but.
I totally agree, and that's a requirement. The tract I, it says in the zoning code existing, it says, it shall be developed according to R1 use and additionally subject to the following requirements. Stub street will be provided to link this tract with the proposed addition on the north, and a stub street will be provided on the west to link with future development. So it's connected to the north, it will be connected to the west.
Yeah.
It will happen. What tells you it will not happen when this goes in? And additionally, we will have memorial traffic. If I can be assured by the, and they haven't really talked to us, but if they can assure us that yes, there will be no connectivity, the stubs will be closed, and we'll work with you. That's what that's why I came in the first and said we want a continuance, because we want to work with them. We are okay with the development as long as they work with us, but without that on the table, I think I would request for a denial.
I think that the problem is that they don't have control of the stubs. And clearly, if this development goes in, and you could say, well, 115 still controls the rest of the property, it could still be developed in accordance with that, but it won't be. If something develops around this, it will not be developed under 115.
No.
So whether it's ultimately developed as residential or some hybrid form of mixed use or even commercial development, at that point, we're going to want connectivity. Yeah. So, because they don't have control of the connectivity, they just simply cannot give you the assurances you're seeking.
Well, but there's a suggestion perhaps that you could perhaps have an application be filed to close the streets before we act on this.
And that's exactly what we asked for continuance.
That way that assurance is, there you have it.
Wait, hold it.
They're closed.
We're getting ahead of ourselves here, all right? Once again, we have an application in front of us, right?
Yeah.
Well,
And that's, I think that we need,
We have more profit.
we have one more guy, Mr. Munson is still here. You're signed up. Do you have anything that you'd like to speak to us on? And there are others present, if they'd like to speak, I'm happy to have it.
I think you can see why I wanted to wait, because he's a lot more prepared and knows the regs far better than I do. I'll just say two things. One, I don't fully understand the PUD 115, but what I understand from Rez is that as it is written right now, because of that creek being there, unless this bridge gets built across there, the R1 development is unlikely to occur. But if it does occur, there will likely be connectivity to the two stubs to the north, but it would be a very limited number of properties, homes that would go there, and we would not have any connectivity from the south, traffic from Memorial Road coming across. So unless this gets approved, that bridge doesn't go in, that is my understanding. And I think everything else that I was going to say has been covered. We did ask for a deferral. We have asked to work with these folks to give us some assurances. I know that it can't, it's like a chicken and an egg. They can't connect, they can't speak with the guy in Paris, and neither can we. We don't have any assurances that if we just sit here and let this thing go without at least voicing our concerns, that he'll come and protest it. I did hear some very positive comments from Mr. Gales and Mr. Bright that in the event this does get approved, and we come back and ask to close down those stubs, that you all would support that. That gives me some comfort. So that was why we were asking for a deferral, to try to work through some of these issues so that we could, we can't get all the way there, but we could get much closer to that than what we are. And then some of the other things had to do with, slight modifications to the layout to possibly give us a little bit better screen. The comment was made that, let's see here. I think the comment was made that they had oriented things such that the front doors of the facilities that would face to the north, so we look out our backyard, and we're looking at a front door of their facility. But it also states in there, I believe, that they're going to build a 6 to 8 foot wall. So I'm not going to look out and see anybody's front yard or any beautiful landscaping or any tree buffer. I'm just going to see a wall. If we could get a little setback on that wall to enable us to keep some of that vegetation. It's heavily vegetated. There's a lot of trees, as Jay said earlier. If they could give us a little bit of a setback between that wall and our property line and retain some of that vegetation as a sound buffer, as a noise buffer, because there are going to be emergency vehicles coming in there. You know, we have traffic noise already from Memorial. But if we could have some assurances in that regard, that's really all we're hoping to do, and we were hoping to resolve that before we got here, but it just didn't work out. So I'll stop there, and I appreciate you guys, and it's been a long day, and appreciate you staying here.
Thank you, sir. There are some other folks, I think, that are interested in this application. Would you care to speak on it? Please come up, sir.
My name is Jerry Perryman. I live at 4216 Northwest 143rd Street. I'm in lot number 5, and I'm basically lined up with the bridge and the road that comes across, and according to the plat as it's been drawn, there would be a parking lot right straight behind my house. I know that the developer thinks that having a front door behind my house would be better than a back door, but in the rest of the development, the houses back up to one another. Nobody's looking in their backyard looking at a front yard. I've been president of a nursing home and retirement village myself for 6 years. I'm not now, and I know all of the activity that goes on there. There are a lot of emergency vehicles that come and go, and one of the things that would be horrible to me is to have out my back windows at 3 o'clock in the morning, the red and blue lights going on, the aunts and uncles, there were children coming to see about mom or dad, and there is a lot more traffic that goes into this kind of a facility than one might imagine. Because if your parents are there, then there's going to be children and folk that come and visit them constantly during the daytime as well as in the evening. And so therefore, a buffer zone has been spoken to here, needs to be at least 50 foot from the property line, if not more. But to have a road directly, even at that point, means all the traffic that goes to service the unit. I like the unit, but my concern is to have that buffer. We're losing the trees that are buffered to the turnpike as well as to Memorial, and the sound will greatly increase. And I know that can't totally be annihilated, but a buffer zone is really a big desire of everyone up and down 143rd Street, as you've already heard. And so therefore, we would see that there be some kind of negotiation with the developer to where the arrangement on the property would answer some of these questions. I agree that they've already drawn all of this. They've hired their architect. They've done a plan that's agreeable to them, but to us, we see it as an interference. And that's why we have asked for a denial of the zoning at this time. Or maybe you all could help us work with them to work out a better plan and come back in a couple of weeks. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any others care to speak on this? Mr. Box?
Let me address the ambulance issue. The way that Kenyon has designed this site, if you see this beige line right here, it's designed such that the ambulances would come here so that anybody in these facilities come to the central spot to right there. This isn't a street. This is the circulation pattern for people driving. It's not a public street. It's privatized. once you come over the bridge and enter our gate, this is private.
Okay?
On the issue of the buffer, we can offer an additional 5 feet, but the site is really tight, and it doesn't work after the 5 feet. But we can give an additional 5 feet, and then our site would essentially start. But the 50 and the 100 foot, it doesn't work. There are a series of encroachments into this property, and we have to design our site to make it. We wanted to buy this, I've already told you that, but we can give 5 feet, then we'll start our site to give them that extra tree line. But this isn't a commercial enterprise, it's a residential. We truly believe it's something that will be compatible. And the issue of continuance, there are so many moving pieces that Tim or me or whoever represents them, we have to get signatures from all these folks. We have to file the application with a certain percentage of signatures, or make sure every single property owner not only says, yeah, we want it, but signs on that line. So to continue it, we have a contractual deadline that we butt up against, and we have too many moving targets with the neighbors. We're committed to file that application if we get the signatures that the city requires to put forth that application. I'm standing here before you telling you they want to use us, they can, and we will do it, or whoever can do it, but there's a lot of moving parts.
And has anything gone forward on that to date? Has the neighborhood started collecting those signatures, or I think you need 60%, as I recall.
To my knowledge, no. Now, there's been multiple emails back and forth, Tim and I on them, saying, we'll help you, we want to do it, but no, there's not been that step.
My point for asking is, obviously, that has to be done, an application has to be filed, there's a notice period involved, and then it would come to us. This SPUD, regardless of what we do with it today, approve it or deny it, goes to the council, and I'm guessing that's going to be 4 to 6 weeks.
Correct.
We could be very well along in that 4 to 6 week period with that application to close these stubs. By the time it gets to council, if you and the neighborhood crank it up.
Absolutely.
And I'm saying that to the neighborhood. If you guys want those stubs closed, you've got to make the application, and it needs to be timely.
But there's another factor, too, though, in connection with this application. I know that the urgency is there. It's always kind of urgent. But with respect to what the neighbors that are going to be bordering that street and the front of your building, and you say you can only give them 5 feet, good engineers and good architects can tweak this thing to satisfy some of these concerns about the neighbors about the buffer zone. And also, secondly, what is actually going to be on that front street in their backyard? Ambulances, cars at all hours. I mean, I give credence to what is being said by the protesters, that I think that there's a miscommunication between you guys and them, and a couple of weeks working it, you could work it easily and satisfy a lot, along with what Mr. Gales is saying about these street stubs being closed. Get that going. And then you have most of their concerns being satisfied and a good development. But you were going to say, you've been waiting to answer.
Bob, your concern was a very good one, but also called out because this is the front door, 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 but the service is here, so the ambulances come right here, the ambulances come right here, purposely, and the ambulances come right here, purposely staying away from this back end. So that idea of nobody wants an ambulance in their front door, and these are actually treated as a house. I mean, this looks like a house. It's designed to be a house. It's to function like a house. You have to go walk up there. You have to knock on the front door. But the parking purposely has been designed to put not to be. And so I think your idea was a very already thought through on this design right here.
But if you can add to that, I don't think that the neighbors know that. Otherwise, you wouldn't say, there's going to be fire trucks and ambulances.
Yeah, you would.
Now, it doesn't have a fire lane around the whole site, but this is a private road. If you can get them, that they're coming here and they know this is the exit.
Yeah, why would they go all the way around that to get there?
We had a neighborhood meeting where we addressed every issue, and it was, we started at 6:30. I left at 8:45. So it wasn't your typical hour, it wasn't your typical hour neighborhood meeting. This was a 2.5, whatever, I don't know how long they stayed, but it was a significant amount of time that we spent. And there's so many moving parts, we're having to go deal with the title company because we have an encroachment into the property on every house on the back of a significant amount, 50, 100 feet. So there's so many moving parts that because the seller is gone and you can't get a hold of them, any continuances kills the deal. We will do everything we can to help the neighbors, but we've hashed it out for 2.5 hours. None of the issues can change. All we can do is an extra 5 feet.
Well, you might tell them what's in that 5 feet, or what's in...
Trees, I mean, it'll...
Can you move the fence back like you...
Oh, what's in the 5 feet right now?
Yeah.
No, what you're going to leave or put in the 5 feet.
We're just going to leave it. We will essentially just start our site 5 feet further in.
They were talking about a fence once and some landscaping, but they wanted the fence set back and the landscaping, they'd see more of the landscaping in their backyard. So are you going to do that?
Yeah, I think the idea is just to put the fence 5 feet from the property line, and then they can keep their existing fences there, and they can keep their existing trees that have already grown into their fences and all that.
Because I understand they're already encroaching into the property now.
Correct. So, yeah, we will just start our fence 5 feet in so those trees and the things that are there can remain.
Bob, you saying you start 5 feet beyond the fences that exist?
No, 5 feet along the property line, because the fence is encroached 20 feet, 25 feet.
But 5 feet from the property line does not...
Wait. Just a minute, sir, please. A meeting that's been in the ditch for a while has gone further into the ditch. So let's try just to hold it together for just a little while longer, all right? Okay. Now, the thing about this 5 feet that I have a question about is if we just move in 5 feet and have a 5-foot strip between, is that what we're saying? Is it a 5-foot strip between our fence and their fence?
Well, most of the...
Isn't that kind of now we got an untended strip between two pieces of property we don't necessarily want?
Here, the problem is they don't have a fence that's on the property line. The yellow hash is, the red is the property line, the yellow hash is where their fences or improvements are.
I see.
So that's...
So, and you're going to start where?
5 feet south of the property line.
Of the property line or the fence line?
Property line.
They're getting
Property line. So their fence line is actually moving north, but because it's encroaching.
I see.
So, for all intents and purposes, the people who live along 143rd Street are losing what they now think is their backyard, to some degree.
What they believe is their backyard.
I got that.
Right.
What they've been, yeah, okay, so.
Janice, in reference to that, when I talked to one of our staff, looked at it and tried to measure it from an aerial, she believes there's at least one case as much as 300 feet of encroachment. There is a golf hole built on this property that I saw when I was walking it last weekend.
And I want to make sure we're clear on that. We're willing to give them the 5 feet if they maintain it, since it'll be on the north end of our...
Due respect, Dennis, that would, excuse me, David, that would be on section 9.13 would be amended from 50 feet to 55 feet, if I'm reading through your setback. Is that the setback?
No. Setback remains.
Setback remains, okay. So where do we get this 5 feet? What do we call this 5 feet?
The buildings won't change, just we're giving them an extra 5 feet on that north end where our fence will be. But the building, everything stays the same, except this just kind of crunches 5 feet.
Originally, were you putting the fence on the property line?
Yes.
And now you're moving the fence back 5 feet off of the property line.
Exactly.
Okay.
If they're willing to maintain it, if they want it, which I believe they
David,
do.
I totally didn't understand that comment. You said it would crunch. You mean you're going to move the road south?
No, fence.
The fence.
This fence goes 5 feet closer to the road.
Okay.
Originally, the fence was going to be on the property line.
And now it's going to be 5
Now they're
feet
going to
south
move
of
it
the property line.
5 feet off of the property line.
Okay.
All right. Let's take some action on this.
Yeah.
Move approval.
Commissioner Gales has moved approval
With the modification.
with the extra 5 feet.
Yeah, with the 5-foot modification.
Second.
Yes.
Okay.
By all means.
Motion and a second to approve item 26. Please cast your votes.
Oh,
Too late.
Too late.
yeah.
Was there,
No, the TE number 3, we just don't understand what it means. I mean, the site plan is what it is,
I
but
thought you agreed to the TE.
we don't know what TE3 means. It says something about matching, there's not a site plan with the PUD. I mean, what we have shown on the site plan is the way it's going to be, but if a slight corner is moved, well, I mean, you see what we're saying?
okay, so
We do have a site plan. We'll have a specific site plan.
JJ is going to clarify that.
You got, there's 2 site plans with different road configurations.
yeah, they don't match up.
Okay?
So that's why that TE is there.
Okay. They'll fix it. All right.
Okay, so Aubrey, you need, just a second, you need to
Have been
the
with.
continue, yeah, 32. No, we'll do 31.
Where's the chicken?
Okay, items 27 through 30 have been continued. Item 31 is an ordinance to be introduced and set for public hearing on March 27th. And this is amending the Planning and Zoning Code. This is in response to a council request to remand an ordinance back to the Planning Commission to consider an alternative to what was presented previously for allowing backyard chickens on lots less than 1 acre. And we discussed this previously in our committee meeting, and Ken Bryan is here to answer any questions that you might have about the item.
Motion to set, Commissioners?
I would move to set this in consideration of the hour. I would also suggest that we leave here and the chairman we all meet at the Colonel's and the chairman buy us a chicken dinner.
Second.
Motion to set item 31 for public hearing March 27. Cast your votes. And that item is set. And then I think that concludes.
The rest of the items are continued.
Right.
Yeah.
That one, okay.
The chicken and the egg was in the bed. Chicken.
Planning Commission committees? I'm going through it all. Members?
That old proverbial.
Planning Department?
Citizen Advisory Team scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at the Central Maintenance Facility.
Please attend the CAT meeting. Development Services Department? I don't think so. Municipal counselors? Not likely. Any citizens to be heard? Motion to adjourn? No.